2.
Alrighty. Welcome in, everybody. Time for vocal warm-ups. Starting pitches here. Maddie is cute. Maddie is cute. Maddie is cute. Maddie is cute. There's your intro, Maddie.
I'm restarting this recording.
No, you
No,
can't.
not.
It's illegal. They need to know the truth.
I will not have slander and lies on my stream.
Anyway, hello and welcome to A Plague Parable, everybody.
Yelling outside my window, shut up!
Alright, welcome to The Plague Parable. This is the last session we're recording before several of us go on an excursion to a nearby con. You may have noticed the little bar up at the top of the screen. That's what that's about. Anyways, my name's Matirasu. I'm the red panda who puts these things on, and before we begin, I'd love to introduce you guys, or rather, to let the players introduce themselves to you. Speaking of, let's mix things up. Cosmo, you ready?
Yep. So, hi everybody, I'm KosmoMitch. I'm playing Gabriel here, the Ferret Druid. We'll see, after coming off of a terrible job of being a detective last week, we'll see where things go from here.
Alright. Brian, what you got for us?
Hi guys, I'm Brian. I'm playing Manuelo the Sloth Wizard who roasted the living crud out of somebody who casted, I'm trying to remember what it was. Who put a scrying plate on the specific badge and stuff. And I can't wait to actually find out if, like, my out of character knowledge of forensic science is going to help us find the actual person who's the murderer. I'm saving my friends. Woohoo.
Chica, you're
Yeah.
up.
I am Damien. I am a Tenebrine Possum Ranger, and I'm going along with the shit that's happening.
And Beatrix is, or may, Beatrix may be back. You there, Atropine?
Yes, I am here. I am Atropine Dreams, playing Beatrix, our Vulcan sorceress rogue, who is apparently, with every breath, harassing or murdering someone, according to our lovely moral compass, Gabriel.
To be fair, we need a moral compass.
We begin on, I believe, the end of Gabriel's interrogation of Alia, right?
Yeah, I think, we finished that conversation.
Alright. I have no in-character explanation for where Damien would have been during all this. I do, however, know that Beatrix and Manuelo are nearby.
Yeah, so I think the thing we should do next is stop back over to, Miguel, unless you guys have a specific spot you'd want to go.
Well, before we end up confronting the professor, we absolutely should go back to the police station and try to figure out who this witness is so that we can have all the information we need before confronting the professor. I do agree, though, we need to go back over to see if Miguel is still here or if he has left yet, because we need to make sure, if we're trying not to kill Alia right now, if you want her alive for some reason, then we should probably make sure Miguel doesn't get wind that she's still alive and decide to off her himself.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good idea.
Alright.
Well, I mean, and then also if we need him for something else, just hold on to him. Don't let him try to run away.
Also, we probably should get the familiar back too. So,
Oh, yeah, we do.
alright, let's head over that way then.
Alright. Through the eyes of your familiar Manuelo, you are able to see that Miguel is taking very good care of the little red panda. He's given him a soft little bed of folded up blankets and carrots to consume. And when you guys come to knock on the door, you observe Miguel standing, walking towards the door, and opening it up for you. Glad to see you guys again. Everything go well?
So I think we're getting closer to clearing Margaret's name. I think I have an idea of what's going on, but we need a couple more clues.
Is there any way I can help?
Well, yeah, I think so. You have advanced mind reading magic, right?
That's a bit of an understatement. But yes.
Well, you know, I've seen the crime scene and it's your office, so you can tell us what looks off. Because there was definitely a desk in there that looks strange. And if we have ideas of what to look for, if we can get back into that room, that'd probably be best because I don't know how much time we'd be able to sneak in there for.
I got you. Well, could I get a volunteer then? He says,
Well,
gesturing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. It should be me. I was there when the bodies were there too.
How much of a shock am I in for?
I mean, it won't be pretty. But also, I'm gonna like point towards Capper. And make sure that the two of them are looking at each other and say, so you remember how we were talking about how the cat was interested in staying in the cat form as opposed to changing back to his other form? The circumstances in the room led to him switching to the other form. So I promise you that Capper is okay.
Several different emotions flicker across his face as you progress through that sentence, but he's left with confusion and a bit of wonder as he looks the new Capper up and down. He'll say, that's awesome, but couldn't he just go back to that form?
It's a long story. I don't think I want to get you the details. I just want you to be ready for what the cat looks like in my memories.
Alright. I understand.
Is there something I can do to make this easier? Should I, like, sit down somewhere?
Yeah, that might be for the best.
Okay. I guess Gabriel's gonna wander over and sit down on a couch.
Alright. Miguel will pull up a chair and sit just across from you before extending a hand to your shoulder. In that moment, your mind begins to wander to whatever your surfaced most thoughts are. You're free to describe them if you like.
Okay. I'm definitely, like, making an effort to sort of retrace my steps at the beginning of this morning when I was first woken up and then discovered the crime scene.
Alright. And after just a little bit of that very surface level sense that your mind is just wandering, you then begin to think very deeply, almost compelled to think more about the exact details of the room as Miguel explores more and more of the facts of the case through your eyes. After just a while, your vision will snap back to the room around you, Miguel, having removed his hand from your shoulder, sitting across from you. That certainly was enlightening. And Jesus, how did you handle it?
Handle what?
I mean, do you see people dead that often?
I mean, no, but I I I haven't really given it time to process. We've just been in a rush, I guess.
I understand. But yeah, some things certainly did look weird about that room. First of all, my clothes, they were gone from the closet. Just all of it. Nothing but clothes hangers and the old hanging rod. Also, I think you noticed it too, how clean my desk was in spite of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not going to do any posturing. I haven't cleaned that thing in quite some time. I'd expected at least some dust on it. Aside from those things, I don't think I've noticed anything you didn't tell me. I'm sorry, I couldn't be of more help.
No, don't worry about it. We're gonna figure this out, I promise.
He'll give a slight bow and then just kind of look over the group once more, his eyes lingering on Capper for a moment. So what's the plan now?
Damien, if you're trying to say something, it's not coming through.
Not saying anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
In that case,
You're
we're getting a
thinking-
lot of background noise.
Oh, okay, I'll fix it.
Thank you.
Well, there was the investigators referenced a witness who said there was a witness who mentioned Margaret being at the scene of the crime. We're gonna head over to the station and see if we can figure out who that was.
Seems like a good next step.
Yeah.
If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know, okay?
Yeah, we'll do. For now, and I'm like putting my hand on his shoulder. Just stay safe, all right?
You too.
All right. Did anyone else want to mention anything before we go? I guess.
Manuela's gonna look up and just mention, with what you just brought up, is there the possibility that they wanted to either kill you or make you the scapegoat, but Margaret showed up instead?
He'll think on that for a minute, and then just kind of shrug. I'd really need to know who they are before I could say for sure.
Okay. I mean, at this point, we are pretty sure. We're pretty sure that it's either the professor or one of your other enemies. But the professor, but I know that the professor was certainly out and about during the likely time of the attack.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Oh, okay. So, we're pretty sure that it was a specific attack towards from maybe the professor or in general someone who doesn't like you. Can you think of if you can think of anyone else who isn't exactly a fan of you, Edgar and Margaret, that could be helpful. But the professor's our current prime suspect.
Well, I really can't. I mean, I'm no professor's favorite student, but I don't know of anyone who's got it out for me like he does.
Okay. All right. Well, again, just in case they were and maybe still are after you, make sure you stay safe.
That's the plan.
And if there is like a pile of carrots, still I am gonna snatch one on my way out.
Capper will let out a slight chuckle at this. Hello, I do things. Alright, Manuelo, Beatrix, are we done with Miguel?
Yep.
Manuel is gonna thank him for taking care of the familiar before just saying, "Stay safe."
You
Do
too.
not die now.
All the while, the red panda's been climbing up your pants leg, trying to get to your shoulder. We're leaving the room, heading towards the precinct?
I think we should. I think we need to find out who that witness is. That is the biggest hole in the information we have right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as we figure out who it is, we can um talk to them, possibly lie about the crime scene and see if um their story changes, because if so, we know that they were probably paid and stuff and they don't remember stuff, or they don't know that what we're saying is a lie.
Okay. Yeah, I think let's head over then.
Alright. You arrive at the precinct, again swarming with guards. Certainly an uncomfortable sight for someone in your party, but who's to say?
What are you talking about?
Making your way into the precinct, it would seem that the visitation booth has been cleared. Margaret is no longer in line of sight of the door. You imagine, or one can imagine, that she's probably been taken back to holding.
Right. Okay. Is there an investigator that I've talked to before somewhere nearby?
Roll perception. And let me pull up the bot spam channel as well.
Yeah. 23.
23, nice. Yeah. You have no trouble not seeing, but hearing the investigator that you spoke to first having a conversation with an officer in another room.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can approach that room. Does it like just is there someone blocking the door or anything? Or Would I be able to freely walk inside?
Yeah, you're absolutely free to walk inside. In fact, the door is not even closed.
Okay. Well, I guess I will do that then.
All right. The investigator will interrupt his conversation with the guard. Upon noticing you, he'll say, "Oh, good to see you again. How goes the um, looking about?"
Um, it, well, we do have, we did figure out something that's good news, I guess.
Do tell.
So we were able to track down Miguel. He's alive and well.
Wonderful.
He, from what he said, it sounds like he had left Edgar to babysit my cat while he ran out and did something else that night and stayed in his dorm overnight instead of in that office.
I imagine that'll serve as a good enough alibi. Though he wasn't really one of our suspects to begin with. Anyways, thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me again about what the star witness was saying about Margaret?
Certainly. But what in particular do you want to know?
I guess, I don't know, the general story seemed a little odd with how I remembered the crime scene.
All right. Then let's run through the retelling of events from the beginning. According to our star witness, they spotted one Margaret walking into the estate house sometime last night. Again, they didn't give us a specific time. And since they apparently were headed to the same place, by coincidence or for some other reason, she followed. On her way to a club meeting on the second floor, she heard a commotion at the crime scene. She turned, went to see what was going on, and witnessed the tail end of the events. They say they found Margaret casting spells on a prone subject, though she didn't have a clear view of who it was. Then, Margaret allegedly turned, threatened our witness not to come forward, and that is where the story leaves off.
You said a prone suspect? I mean, a prone victim?
That's right.
Then, because Edgar was, he was standing upright, wasn't he?
He'll kind of tilt his head. What do you mean?
Well, I thought that when I came in the morning and Edgar's dead body was frozen solid, he was standing upright, not lying on the ground prone.
I guess sorry, DM speaking here. I guess I didn't really give too much detail as to like what position he was in, but he was in fact laying down.
Oh, darn it.
My bad.
Darn it, I thought I finally did a smart thing in this investigation.
Manuelo's gonna raise his hand.
Go on then.
Were the spells identified?
Well, as much of the magic that gets cast around the university is either experimental or in development, it would be hard to identify any particular spell.
Okay, so there's no proof at all stating that she was the one to kill the victim in this case. There could have been a chance that she was trying to cast a healing spell or something. The your key witness and everything only saw that she was casting spells. She didn't get to hear anything, see any of the movements, nothing of the sorts, so there was no way to identify the spells. Then your witness was threatened to stay back due to the fact being that it was a possible response to fear of being seen with the dead body and not the one being killed, not the one having killed the person. There's credibility to the story and everything, but there's no way to prove that with just this witness that it's Margaret who's at fault.
The investigator will shake his head and say, "Your theory would hold water, but remember, our witness did in fact hear a commotion before they entered the room. In the time it must have taken her to get there, there's no way the suspect up and disappeared."
Well, whatever commotion she heard could just as easily be explained by someone walking in on their murdered friend. He may have been long dead by the time she came in, and whatever commotion was heard was a panic response to walking in on the corpse of a friend.
There's another whole...
Are we sure that they made the noise themselves? It could have been a cantrip for all we know.
Perhaps it would help if we could speak with this star witness. Maybe
Yeah.
clear up some of the details.
Go on, Gabriel.
I feel like, I mean, I don't know necessarily if we're on the wrong track here or anything, but certainly I think more clarifying details would be useful. We can go reach out to them if you need to be here still.
Well, I hate to sit here and poke holes in your theories, but there's a second issue. We do have record of what the witness claims was said to them in the moments just after they witnessed this scene. And believe me, these are not the words of someone who was trying to usher their dead friend back to life. This is very much someone who did not want word of any such incident reaching the guards.
Can I potentially, just like for 1 second, hold that piece of paper?
Certainly. He will reach into his desk, produce a clipboard, shuffle through a few pages, and hand you a typed script of the entire interrogation between this star witness and the investigator himself.
I'm casting speaking page.
Okay. That's
It's
gonna be
one make everyone aware that that's happening, or just to him?
So speaking page will give me the information and I can relay the information.
Okay, so it's not, but I couldn't remember if that was one where it spoke out loud in a way that everyone could hear.
No, speaking page is the one that will read it out in my mind.
Okay.
all right. So, do you want the entire transcript? Or do you want just the relevant bit to your question?
I don't know, guys. How are we feeling?
I'm fine with a truncated version.
Yeah.
The short version, not the whole thing? Okay.
Yeah, the short version's for the best.
Okay, good. Because investigations take a while and they go over a lot of minute details. Anyways.
Yes, I know that part. That's why I was excited with this.
So, the words emanate from within your mind, Manuelo. So, the subject turned to you and said something to you after you witnessed them casting spells on the victim, correct? Yes, sir. What did they say to you? They said, if you tell anyone, I know where you stay, I'll come find you, and if not me, then him. Stay back. Stay back. Did they say anything else? No, sir.
That's it. There wasn't like a mundane introduce yourself at the beginning of this.
There was, much earlier in the transcript.
Well, yeah, we just wanted
Oh,
that
one
portion.
particular page. Darn it.
I'm gonna read through real quickly, and look for if they mentioned anything about another thing dying, or if they saw the body of Capper.
See, Manuel was getting into the details here.
Yeah.
All right. So, you search and scour these pages for any information regarding another victim or just a cat in general, but no part of this transcript mentions anyone except the victim and the suspect.
Quick question. Is there any from looking through the door, would you have been able to see the closet or where Miguel had his clothes?
From the door to the room itself?
Yes.
No.
Was Capper's body visible from like walking in the door?
Yes,
So before you even walk through the door, could you still see Capper's body?
that's right.
Manuel is going to put the paper down and he's just going to be like, I would really like to talk with this witness. If, of course, you gave us the ability to.
I'm sure you would, but I'm afraid it's quite unlawful for two reasons. One, they are under protected status simply because they have been threatened in relation to this case, or at least they're alleging that they have been. Secondly, until the trial has run its course, we are not at liberty to give information on who will testify.
Well, I
So-
mean, we could certainly discuss it with with an officer present.
I think they'll be fair.
But again, if that's against the rules, I understand.
I'm sorry. I don't think it would be. I think it would breach the rights of the witness to give away their identity like that.
And so to be fair, there is a couple key facts from this investigation that were, of course, hidden, including the fact being that there is another victim in the room that, of course, was in sight from the door and everything like that.
Yeah, was there any chance the witness mentioned the body of my cat?
I already looked through that, looking for it. It's not in there at all.
Well, I couldn't remember if you had actually announced that you read the transcript to this guy.
Well,
No, that's like
okay.
the whole part of me bringing up, like, there's evidence missing.
Okay.
whatever the case may be, your friend here is right. She never mentioned the cat.
Don't you think it's strange that something like that would be omitted from her testimony? Makes you wonder what else might be hidden or inaccurate in it.
I can answer that with two reasonings so the officer doesn't. One, it could be the fact being that the cat was behind the body, which I believe Gabriel can say something about that. And then two, it could have skipped their mind, but the fact being that the cat's body is there is proof enough to prove one of two things. Either the fact being that they didn't see the cat's body or they saw it and deemed it irrelevant, which means if they do deem it irrelevant, you can't use this witness as evidence due to the fact being they're purposely forgetting evidence that could possibly prove Margaret's innocence.
The investigator will just kind of scratch his head and say, "That's... if that is your want, I advise you to speak to the lead prosecutor on this case. I am not here, unfortunately, to debate the facts of what happened. That all will be done at trial. But if you think it is in the best interest of the city to change their legal strategy, you'll want to speak with him."
Manuel is just going to look and be like, where can I find this person?
You'll find him in his office, down the hallway, last door on the right.
Manuel is just going to like stand up, do a bow real quickly, thank you, and walk out.
The investigator will have a look at Beatrix, Damon, and Gabriel like, is this something he usually does?
I've given up trying to stand up.
He gets very passionate about certain things, and and justice for the mistreated is one of those things.
Well,
Quite noble.
noble indeed. But in the interest of keeping the peace, you might want to see to him.
Keeping the peace? Wouldn't finding
don't.
the actual murder keep the peace?
That's not what I meant. What I meant is I think he's going to antagonize the prosecutor.
Lawyers don't like being told what to do.
Okay, I'll go find
Yeah,
I'll go find him. And I'll go run and catch up with
I'll
Manuel.
get him.
Even worse if they're foxes. Before we go real quick, I'm sure you've confronted Margaret with this witness's testimony. What's her side of things?
Well, unfortunately, she's been in this situation before, and she has given herself many outs by refusing to testify at every turn. She has not professed her own innocence. She's not tried to provide herself an alibi. She has simply refused to speak every time she's been sat down.
So sus.
What do you say, Damien?
So sus.
Good lord, your mic's not cooperating.
I'm trying my best. So sus.
Okay, that was better.
I mean, of course, it is suspicious, but it is not at all unusual for a suspect to refuse to defend themselves. Sometimes, in a guilty suspect's case, it is better not to testify. So, I understand.
Of course. Alright, well, thank you for your time again, and I'll let you know if I find out anything else.
Of course. And thank you for your cooperation. I appreciate that you've been more respectful of our process than others have.
But of course.
Do you mean in regards to this case specifically, or in general?
Anyone who speaks for or against another in a criminal trial is not going to be liked by everyone. And I've had many an aggrieved family come in and demand that changes be made to the system for their benefit. That you are not doing this is a great load off my shoulders.
Oh,
I
okay.
understand how it is to have that happen.
Alright, well, once again, thank you. and I'll give him a handshake and then go chase down Manuelo.
Manuelo, you have been given a lot of time on your own with the lead prosecutor. When you arrive at the door is closed.
Manuel is just gonna lean against the door, just like putting his hand in his head, just like breathing, just like that's too much. That's too much. That was too much. Trying to just like calm himself down before knocking on the door.
Oh, yes. Come on in.
Manuel is going to just wave his hands hello before starting to talk about he's gonna just start saying, I had a question about that witness on the crime that occurred earlier.
Holy shit. Are you the Manuelo Moses Goyena?
Yes, why?
Oh my good sir, he'll stand and approach you. By the way, what you're looking at is a grizzled brown bear fellow, getting quite quite far in age. He'll stand and like very insistently shake your hand. He'll say, "Oh, I've been reading your charts and maps for the sorry, for the distant north for so long, and oh, I have so many questions to ask you about your experiences in Oria and Batian, but I trust that's not what you're here for now. What did you need?"
Manuel is just going to like beam a little bit, just like happy that there's somebody who knows like what he's been doing. Um Maybe we can talk about the charts and everything else at another time. I had a question about the witness and um what they said when they were getting the interview and everything.
Oh, yes, the dear poor somebody who witnessed the events of the university's murder. What did you want to know?
Um so I was allowed to look through the interview and everything. Not to go against like what you all have done so far. I believe it was a wonderful job and everything. It's just nagging on me that there's 2 points why I believe you can't use this witness.
Well, if you have objections to my witness, then please do bring them forth.
Um so the first thing was that with all the evidence and everything, they forgot to mention the cat's body that was there. You could have been able to see it and everything. I do believe there's plausible deniability to not being able to see it due to the fact being of more focus on the person casting the spells. But it's just weird that that's one thing you'd ignore.
Hmm, you're not incorrect about that bit. I found it quite strange when I read the transcript of her interview, and found no mention of a cat in the room. What was your second point of order?
The second point of order was the fact being that we're at this, well, it happened in the office of someone who's currently alive. but that office was at a school designed to train people how to use magic and everything. While I didn't go here, I was homeschooled and everything. It's just weird that you could hear somebody casting spells, but they didn't mention any of the words. They didn't when they possibly walked in and saw Margaret casting spells on the prone body. They didn't mention what words were said. They didn't mention what hand movements or any body movements or anything. And when Margaret turned and looked at them, they said, "Stay back." And then also that you're not allowed to mention anything of this. Because usually, first, that was out of character for Margaret due to the fact being it was either fear driving her to keep someone back, but if you were thinking right, you would have called for a doctor in order to see if you could save the person. But Margaret wouldn't have told someone to stay back and you're not allowed to speak of any of this. She would have asked that person to get a doctor.
Forgive me. I fail to see why this opining on the mental state of either the witness or the subject is of any relevance to the state's case.
The reason why I'm bringing up the mental status and everything is the fact being during the interview, did they mention Margaret was smoking? Or that there was any cigarettes anywhere or any cigarette ash?
I don't believe there was any mention of this, no, sir.
Well, because Margaret smokes, and it's weird that at this scenario, there was no mentions of a cigarette, any cigarettes on the ground, or even cigarette ashes. There is nothing even mentioned in the possible evidence log, right?
Perhaps not, but one might think that a suspect in a murder was thinking about something other than smoking a cigarette at that time.
The reason why I'm bringing up this cigarettes, though, is due to the fact being when one of my friends went to visit Margaret earlier, she was smoking a cigarette. Usually, if you were going to the room to check up on your friend in case you were maybe going out on a date with them, had a date planned, you would either be smoking, already have cigarettes in your pocket or anything, but with no cigarettes being in the case, there's the potential of it being someone fake, someone pretending to be Margaret using a disguised self spell.
You are making suppositions about evidence that should be at the scene, but is indeed not. With no evidence that such. Sorry. You are making suppositions about evidence which you believe should be at the scene, with no backing for the idea that it ought to be there. Yes, I understand that your suspect was indeed a smoker, but that does not mean that they ought to have had cigarettes there or should have been using them at the scene of the crime. And by now, Beatrix, Damien, and Gabriel will have arrived.
Okay. Is the door
Thank
open to where I
fuck.
can come in, or
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
okay?
Did we hear any of that?
probably just the with no backing that everything from that point onward.
Okay.
So wait, hold on. I'm confused. Did we hear anything that they're talking about Margaret and cigarettes and stuff?
Just the no backing of there being proof that the cigarette should be there. There's no reason for it to be
Oh.
added in.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
thanks.
I guess upon hearing that, I'm gonna say, oh, well, I should have mentioned this to the investigator. I did find something that shouldn't have been there, but was.
Who the hell are you?
Oh,
I'm one of the witnesses.
One of the witnesses.
My name is Gabriel.
Gabriel.
Gabriel
Oh,
Astoria.
you're the one that fine investigator spoke to at the scene of the crime. Come on
Yes.
in.
All right. I'm definitely thrown off by the shouting. Gabriel's gonna slowly make his way in.
The very raspy.
Well-
Who the hell are you?
Dumbledore said calmly.
Now, let's see. How many of you are there? He says, kind of narrowing his eyes.
there's gonna be 4 of us in total.
No, Capper's here, so 5.
Oh, so 5. Okay. There's 5 of us.
These are my friends that I'm traveling with. We've been sort of working on this stuff together because the cat was my cat, so it's a little personal.
Hey, Maddie.
Yes.
Do I recognize this prosecutor?
Yes.
Out of curiosity.
Oh.
Lovely.
I mean, he's almost unrecognizable now, but you knew him when he was 20 years younger.
I'm gonna have to do
Remember
it, aren't I?
I'm just gonna hope he doesn't recognize me. If I walk in and see a prosecutor I recognize, any contribution I had to this conversation is now gone. I'm shutting the fuck up.
Let me get some water before I continue talking as this guy. This is drying out my throat really fast.
Yep, no worries.
Please don't.
Please drink.
All right. Ready for another round.
Okay. Yeah, so I was the only one who was who was there to witness the crime, but these are my friends that I've been traveling with, and we've been sort of hanging as a group to try and sort out whatever we could about this mystery.
I see. What a strange one. I've never seen a cat with wings. Tell me, from what family line do you hail? He will say towards Capper, who hesitates. His mouth opens, but he has no words to respond to this.
Please, the family history thing's a little bit of a complicated subject. I prefer that we just focus on the issue at hand.
All right. My apologies.
Cat's been through enough.
Yeah. So at this point, I will pull out the badge. So I've been asking around, and this badge that I found inside the desk at the university appears to be a special one. And at this point, I'm going to do the finger gun hand gesture thing again to do the ice gauntlet thing.
Well, that's certainly a very exotic object you hold. But besides its abilities, what bearing does this have on our conversation?
Well, it belongs to a very specific person. From what I've been able to find out, this specifically belongs to Alia. The professor gave it to her in particular, and it has a scrying sensor on the back that he would use to sort of track her movements so that they could better cooperate on investigations together. And it seems odd to me that she was that this would be at the scene of the crime.
You'll sit and think on that one for a moment. And he'll take out a sheet of paper and a quill, dip it in some ink. Would you repeat that for me again, sir? Very slowly.
Sure. So, this university badge, which I believe should belong to Alia based on its magical properties, was found inside the desk of the office where the murder happened.
He'll finish writing, and then just prop his chin up on his hand as his quill idles on the page, spreading a dark pool of ink. Oh. Right. That is a very interesting piece of evidence indeed. One wonders why it wasn't found by our investigators. Or if it was found, why it wasn't deemed relevant.
I will say that unless everything at the university does something with this hand pose, it does kind of just look like an ordinary badge. But, I guess pass along to the rest of the team that they need to try this pose where they put their fingers down and then move their knuckle in on it. And then I'll demonstrate that my ring can do it too. Certain magical artifacts from the professor, who we never got a name for, appear to have magical properties and scrying sensors on them that he hands out to students.
We already brought it up to Alia about how we found her badge there, and she was confused due to the fact being she had a badge on, which means it was possibly stolen from her and swapped out. Unless the body had a badge on it.
Yeah. If
Or
you think
didn't have one.
And if you think this is important to the case, I can certainly go back over to the investigators and give them some more details.
That's wonderful. He will reach down into a cabinet just beneath his legs and open a long drawer full of small rectangular wooden cases. He'll pull one out and open it up, revealing the solid wood interior. If you could just set that in there, I will submit it to evidence and see if it changes the trajectory of our case.
If you don't mind me asking, do you have a probability guess?
Well, based on, he stands and very nearly falls over before grasping for a cane sequestered off in the corner of the room. He walks over to a cork board on which a lot of details of the case are pinned. He'll take one down, and the page itself is entitled "The Murder Weapon," but has no data so far. If this is, well, if it matches the wounds that the subject had at the scene, the victim had at the scene, then it is potentially the murder weapon, and that would have a large impact on the case. It would call into question why why one of her belongings would be found in such a place.
Right. Yeah. In that case, I'll definitely go talk to the investigator.
Thank you, sir. You are a scholar and a gentleman.
Right. Thank you. Thanks again. Have a good day, sir.
Oh, and Mr. Goyena.
Yes?
Once this whole trial business is over, might I treat you to a drink?
Of course, we can talk all about the um maps that I've made and charts as much as you want.
We are just very busy right now.
Oh.
Reasons.
Oh, wait, sir. If you don't mind, can I bring your box over to show the investigator? The magic this badge does is a little hard for me to describe.
Of course, do what you need to do.
Okay, thank you. And I'll carry the box with me as we head back over to the other half of the precinct.
Woo! Backtracking!
As you leave, you can hear the old man mutter, "What a fine group of young podsters. God, for that youth, just one more second of it."
Oh, poor guy.
He's
Alright.
so quality.
Old to recognize me, apparently.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in the clear.
He probably couldn't see you.
That's why I was like, look, this man seems so old. I can just not say anything and I'll be fine.
Yep. Alright, back over towards the investigator. I'll give him a hello. Holding what I assume holding that what I assume looks like a standard evidence box in the precinct in plain view.
Oh, that's, you can't just take evidence from the lockers like that. You've gotta...
Hold on. I can explain. Do you mind if I sit for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll take a seat and then set the box directly in front of him and put my hands basically just like on my lap, indicating that I'm not trying to steal this thing. So, while we were talking with the prosecutor, I remembered something else important. It's the badge that's inside that box right there.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think I'm going to try and have him activate it. So, if you can open that up and hold the badge in your right hand.
He will very carefully open the box, put the badge in his right hand.
Okay, and in your left hand, you're going to take your middle finger and your ring finger and touch your palm, and then with your pinky, you're going to twist it so that the first knuckle is in contact with your ring finger.
All right. He takes a minute to get the gesture just right, but when he does, the ice gauntlet appears over his fist. He will kind of... I mean, at first he looks a bit panicked before he realizes that the effect ends at about his wrist. And he'll say, "Dear God, that is unusual, but enlightening. Where did you find this?"
It was in a desk at the scene of the crime. I kind of really just stumbled upon that ability, because this professor has the professor that we've been working with gave me a ring that also does things with that specific hand pose, and I'll do the dancing lights thing. Is this like a common thing in Orloris or something?
Well, not really. Especially not that strange gesture.
Okay. Yeah, and the other thing to note is that there's scrying sensors on this ring he gave me and that badge.
That's very unusual indeed.
Yeah, but I asked around, and that badge belongs to a possum woman named Alia.
Roll insight.
Okay. 15.
On a 15, you notice the investigator's eyes narrow a bit. Your intuition suggests that this name means something to him.
Yeah. Upon I mentioned it to her today after I had spoken to you. I mean, after I had found it the last time that I had stopped by the crime scene, and that like immediately after that, she went to grab the badge that had been in her coat to try and see if she could make the magic happen, and that badge that she had couldn't pull the trick off.
So the badges were
Something weird
swapped then.
happened there. Yeah, it seemed like someone swapped it on her. I don't know necessarily the details there. But it did seem, on the whole, she seems just a bit freaked out about everything right now, so I didn't want to press her on too many things.
Don't blame her.
Well, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. We'll try
Yeah.
to get in contact with this Miss Alia, but time is running out. Trial, I'm
Yeah.
afraid, is set for tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I should mention, if I'm correct about the time of the murder, then Alia and I were in the same room talking during that time. The timeline of events for me was I left the cat in Miguel's office and went to go speak with Alia, and then came back from the office where I spoke with Alia to Miguel's office, and then the door was locked, the windows were shut, it was dead silent inside, and I think the murder had happened already.
You've
I'm not sure how important that is to the case, but if we are running out of time, I'm just going to start throwing out everything I can think of when I have it.
Well, no, I certainly appreciate that, he says with a nod. And thank you for coming forward. It's just that you've relayed this information before.
Did we?
Did we?
About you arriving at around, 10 o'clock that evening, the door being closed, and you think the murder had already happened?
Yeah, I just meant that during that time, I was with Alia.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I see. I'll keep that in
So-
mind as we proceed.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thanks again.
You're very welcome, and thank you.
Right.
Now,
Gabriel's gonna look visibly uncomfortable to an extreme extent.
for why?
Well, I mean, he's trying to guilt trip the officer with the fact that he's pretty sure they're going to they're arresting the wrong person.
While you're giving the investigator an uncomfortable look, I understand Beatrix has some slightly covert intentions. Beatrix, why don't you relay to the chat what you said in the Red Panda exhibit?
Yeah. So while this whole thing's going on, we're leaving the prosecutor's room. I would like to, before we close the door behind us, I want to just like move out of sight from him. Are we clear in the hallway just outside his office? Like, can anyone see us standing there?
Not right now, no.
Okay, then yeah, as soon as we get out and before the door closes, I would like to quickly cast invisibility on myself. Um, and then quickly dip back in.
All right. And this is into the prosecutor's office?
Yeah, assuming he seemed to have like case files for this out. Yeah, I'm gonna go back in there because hopefully I can just find something. I can just find what I'm looking for real quick with the stuff that's laid out and not have to go digging through the whole fucking precinct dodging cops.
All right. You go ahead and do that. As you step into the prosecutor's room, you are again met with just a very plain office with a large corkboard sat behind the prosecutor himself that lists every detail that they currently have, from the victim's name to the presence of the cat and indeed the inconclusive murder weapon statement.
I assume old buddy sitting there at his desk working.
He is.
Yeah, I'm just going to softly and quietly make my way over to the desk first to just look around at the papers laying out and see if I can see anything related to the witness testimony and interview and any of that. Just trying to find this person's name.
All right. So, details you can find about the witness's interview are pretty much the same as the investigator gave you before, though you have run into a slight hurdle. Any instance of the witness's name has been overlaid with a black sticker, a kind of temporary redaction.
This sus as fuck.
Fuck, I can't cast anything while I'm invisible.
Well, I mean, we could try just the old-fashioned way.
You don't see me.
Well, yeah, are any of these papers like not he seems to have pretty bad eyesight. Are any of them not like really directly within his line of sight? Like they're just over off to the side where I can try and sneakily just peel one of these stickers off and see what the name is?
All of them are on his desk, which he is currently leaning on and writing things on the surface of.
Damn it.
I see something that we could do, but yeah, I don't know if we wanna.
I mean, we could make a noise the old-fashioned way.
Well, that would require us creating like such an issue to where he has to come out. But we can't do anything with saying like, what was it? The whole place is on fire, stuff like that. We can't do that.
No, I meant something more subtle, like Beatrix knocks something off the corkboard.
Hmm.
That is a fair point. Is there anything I can use around the room that would be enough of a distraction to at least get him up from his desk for a second?
There is a stack of files precariously perched on top of a cabinet, such that a slight tap might knock them over.
All right, fantastic. And I'm assuming that as soon as I'm able to like pick something up, it will turn invisible with me, right?
That's right.
Okay, so yeah, I will walk again, just trying to be like gentle and quiet. I've got plenty of time. I'm just gonna walk over to that stack of papers and just very gently start tapping at it until it falls down.
The tapping is only very faintly audible. Thankfully, it does fall over on the second or third hit, And this does draw the bear's attention. Oh, damn it. He'll slowly make his way to a standing position and walk on over to where they fell.
Yep. And I will just stay out of his way, move around him over to the desk, and I only really need the name. We know most of the testimony that's relevant so far. So yeah, I will just look for one of those pages that has the witness's name redacted that I can take the sticker off of, and I will just grab it and make my way out of here. If the door is closed, I'm assuming I'm going to need to roll some kind of stealth for him to not notice me opening the door.
Thankfully for you, the door is still open from when you guys left.
Fuck yes. Okay, yeah, then I just get out of there. I got some more time, though. Should I push my fucking luck? Should I risk it for the biscuit and try to go talk to Margaret?
I don't even know where we are relative to the prisoner cells.
Well, I have an hour.
Is
If
it
you want
concentration
to.
based?
I think
Yeah,
Mimic wants you to get arrested because he's asking you to do it.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
no.
Mimic, no.
Mimic did lose all of his apple slices.
I'm gonna
So
lose
did
all of
I!
my apple slices.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
I should do it for him so he can win something back, finally get arrested.
No, don't. I don't want to lose my apple slices.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just concentration up to an hour.
Well, I mean, sure, go outside and figure out if you can figure in how you'd even get to the holding cells. Because I assume it's not exactly an easy walk to get to the places where they hold the prisoners when they're not visiting.
Well, I mean, this is like not a modern prison, right? The cells, like, they don't have fucking computerized security gates or anything.
No, nothing like that.
So I don't think it's going to be too difficult. Yeah, while they're talking, I'm just gonna sneak my way around, try to see if I can find my way to the cells.
Would ever break into a prison?
You clearly. Oh wait, no, that's sarcastic.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of dodging and weaving to do around guards just going about their day, blissfully unaware that there is an intruder in the precinct. But soon you do find your way back into the more heavily staffed areas of the precinct. This includes the... I don't think they would have called him a sheriff, probably just the general's office.
Deputy?
As well as the deputy's office. And further back is the jailhouse.
Yeah, if I can. If the door's is the door to the jail open?
No. It
Does it
is...
seem to have consistent traffic?
No. This giant iron door is barred and locked up tight. And
Damn it.
it's not... aside from shift changes, you will not find any traffic here.
Fuck. Okay. It might not be worth it to try to go any further than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't have a way to open that door without help. Is there like a locker room or a barracks attached to this precinct anywhere?
Roll investigation.
All right, let's see how this goes. Plus, what's my plus?
8.
Oh, that is an 8. I don't believe I have Tides of Chaos available either, so that sucks.
And there's another thing I regret to inform you of.
Oh.
It's time to make another one of those checks.
Alright,
Oh
fine.
no.
Oh, this could go so bad. If this triggers, do I lose concentration on invisibility?
We'll see what effect you get.
Oh god.
Oh no.
All right.
I'm terrified.
Oh my god, so lucky. But I'm up to 10 now.
Oh no.
It is now a flat 50-50 whether it triggers next time.
Okay, we just need to start casting random spells constantly that aren't going to have big impact. And hope that Maddie takes pity and lets us roll wild magic on low stakes scenarios.
Wait, so you want me to be casting the
Well,
funny spells I have?
yours don't cause wild magic rolls.
I
Well,
could just
Atropine has asked for hers to be more impactful as well, so
Darn it.
be ready for
Never
some big shit to
mind.
happen if this ever does.
Okay. Well, hopefully not in a situation where you're by yourself, surrounded by police.
Yeah, because this would be the worst time for it to happen, actually.
Yep. Alright. Well, hopefully we meet you at the front door.
Yeah, I gotta look up a racial trait I have real quick.
Meanwhile, you wander around for a little while but are unable to find anything resembling a barracks.
Okay, so I want to use my Vulpine deduction feature.
All right.
It just says a fox connects intuitive dots to make smart decisions in the moment. As an action, you can focus yourself on a close-ended decision you face. That is, the decision must have a limited set of potential choices. Make a DC 10 intelligence check. If you succeed, the GM tells you something about one of the possible decisions. For example, the east exit seems dangerous, the old man wasn't in town the night of the crime, or blueberry is a bad flavor for a pie. You will usually learn something cryptic but helpful on a success.
Well, it's a good flavor.
All right.
Um,
Go ahead and roll that intelligence check.
Intelligence, something Beatrix is so good at.
why do I doubt?
Well, that's a 5.
Well,
Ooh.
Your intuition fails you as the nerve-wracking nature of your situation dominates your mind.
Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, I will stop pushing my luck. Oh wait. I have Tides of Chaos again now. Oh wait, no, that's not that's only for ability checks though, and like attack rolls and stuff. I don't imagine I can use it on that.
That was an ability check.
Oh well, let's try again.
All right. Well, you know what happens now.
I do. Before or after? After, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's a nat one. Not for the
said-
surge. Not for the surge.
Yeah.
All right. Here comes the wild magic surge.
No.
Ah!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Two
Nope.
nat ones in a row.
Oh no.
Well-
no.
Here comes me getting arrested unless this teleports me.
You better get teleported.
All right.
Well, so I actually feel bad for Mimic at this point, due to the fact being it states does the party end up in jail. It didn't state does a member of the party.
So,
Well, oh, okay. Here goes nothing.
so Beatrix, you search your mind for any inkling of what to do next, and then beyond, into the weave, into the tide, into the fabric that lays upon itself to create the reality you know.
To the unknown.
Your eyes close and then reopen. You're in a very dingy prison lit with dark purple lighting. Blood covers the walls of each cell, though the cells themselves are empty. A large red set of double doors sits at the other end of the hall, velvet and immaculate. What do you do?
Oh, so I'm just sudden. Oh, fuck. Okay. Am I still invisible?
You're not, no.
Ah,
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Wait, am I in a cell?
No,
So I'm just in a dungeon. Cells are awful, and there's just a big fancy door on the other end of the room.
that's right.
Nobody in any of the cells, just blood stains and
That's correct.
all. I suppose I will very slowly make my way towards the big fancy door, trying to like dip into the shadows if I can and like sneak. Because I don't know what the fuck is going on, baby. What's happening?
You asked for impactful character building Tides of Chaos, or Wild Magic Surge results. This is one of them.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Just gonna try making my way to the door if I can.
All right. The deep purple lighting gives you enough cover that you don't even need to move towards the shadows. Not that there are any shadows to move to, because, well, you're in a corridor in a dungeon. But as you approach the door, you can feel the gentle, cool air pushing towards you from the other side.
From a little like from like 10 feet away or something, or what's the range on this? I guess I'm not quite sure. Um. Uh, yeah. Okay. So from like 10 feet away, can I cast prestidigitation to like push the door open very gently, very slowly?
I don't think that's what prestidigitation does.
Well, in the wording, it just says or something like that at one point.
Ah, yes. Or something like that. The great grand verbiage, which means you can do anything with the spell.
it doesn't explain.
It gives you a wide variety of examples and then says or something like that.
Give me 1 second here. Okay, press.
Well, if it can't, I'll just sneak up and just try to push the door open if I can.
Sounds like Gabriel's looking something up. I'll give that a moment.
Yeah. No, I don't think moving things is really in the list of types of magical effects here.
Epic, bro. It can't do that. You can't nuke the town.
I wish I could.
God, don't say those words. You'll cause a wish spell to occur, and you'll just die because of the nuke.
Yeah, no, you can use prestidigitation to cook food, but not move things.
That is like so stupid.
I think it's cook or cool things.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't give you the full details there. I just thought that one was a strange choice.
All right. Well, yeah. Then I'll just walk up and try to just carefully open the door if I can.
The door opens and reveals the foyer to this hellish prison you found yourself in, complete with a commissary in the center of the room, 4 body bags on the end in which you currently stand,
And a
and
new compound.
a path on either side of the commissary leading to a hallway on the other end.
There's no people, just 4 body bags.
Correct.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I guess I'll very slowly walk into the room. I'm gonna keep an eye on the floor for any traps or anything. Just looking around the room for anything that seems wonky. As I'm gonna walk up towards those body bags. Look, I've already made enough bad decisions to get here. Might as well commit to the bit.
All right. You approach the body bags.
Nothing crazy happens. Okay. Um, are there labels or anything on the bags? Are they bloody or are they just closed up body bags?
Just closed, simple body bags. No labels.
How big are they?
They are the size of body bags.
Well, but assuming there's bodies in them, what are the sizes of the bodies in them?
It's hard to tell. When anything is inside of a body bag, the body bag takes but one shape.
Body shape.
All right. I'll just walk over to whatever the closest one is and I'll just open it up.
As soon as you open the first body bag, the smell of decay hits you. And rightly so, because there's a lot of it. The corpse you're looking at is roughly half your size. There, it is in such an advanced state of decay that in its midsection, there are bones which look to have been picked clean by now. What's more, there is a crossbow bolt lodged between the ribs of this body.
Woo! The crossbow bolt.
Oh God, okay. I'm assuming there's no I can't tell really anything about this corpse, what species it might have been, time period. There's no clothing or nothing, right? It's just rotten bones.
That's right.
Okay. I'm gonna close that back up because that's nasty as fuck.
What the hell are you doing?
And then I don't guess there's any reason to go through all of them. So I'll get back on the path and continue forward. Get the fuck out of here. What is happening?
You paying any mind to the commissary in the middle of the room?
Oh fuck yeah. You need to what yeah, what are the can you give me some details about it?
Sure. This commissary stand is shuttered closed. However, there is a box sitting on the ledge, the counter, with a coin slot up top. And just behind the coin slot are three wooden standees, each depicting a little raccoon. 10 of them sticking out of the box.
Oh no.
I don't like how Mimic is reacting to this.
Same here.
It means it's a reference I'm not getting, and that worries me. Just a bunch of weird little fucking raccoon sculptures.
That's it.
No.
I'm gonna ignore. I don't look. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm gonna ignore it. That's creepy as shit. Commit to the bit only goes so far. I'm gonna keep walking.
All right. You head to the back, the hallway that extends outward from the back of the commissary. And you follow this dark hallway, which continues on and on until the light is too far away to register. But then you are met with a fork in the road.
I prefer spoons.
A path to the left and a path to the right.
I don't imagine I can hear anything down either one.
All you can hear is your own breathing and the sound of water falling from the ceiling.
Any noticeable light down either path? I imagine no. It's just
No,
two dark ass hallways.
that's correct.
All right. She's just gonna pick up. She's just gonna take a coin out and flip it to decide which way to go.
Can you see the result of the flip?
Yeah, we're gonna go left.
Okay. Mimic DMing me right now. Anyways, you head down the left path and find a maintenance room, sequestered off to the left side of this hallway. But that's all. It's a dead end beyond that point.
Okay. So just nothing.
That's right.
Can I roll like that's gotta be. Can I roll investigation? Something. See if there's something I'm not catching.
Sure. Roll investigation.
Not 20.
A nat 20 for a total of 23. You become aware of a glowing symbol on the ceiling above you. The ceiling in this place much higher than it was before. You can just faintly make out the glowing purple 2. The number 2.
Oh no.
Okay. I'm so beyond confused. Can I roll Arcana? See if I can identify anything about what the fuck is happening here?
Go for it.
17.
17. The place you found yourself may be a nightmare resulting from the effects of the curse you were born with, or you may very well be in a place that exists outside of your regular plane. Either way, you know this will end soon, and there may not be much of consequence between now and then.
All right. Well, I don't know what to do in here, so I'm gonna turn around and go down the other hallway, I guess.
Alright. Headed down the other hallway, you find another brilliant, immaculate velvet door at the end of the hall, illuminated by a single purple light. You can hear water running inside.
Okay. I'm just gonna. How bright is the light I can see?
Not very bright at all. Dim, I guess, is the D&D classification.
And I hear water. Like, okay, you said I could hear like water dripping from the ceiling before. I'm imagining this is like significantly more like rushing water.
Yes, but more like the sound the shower head in your wagon makes than a body of water.
See, this is weird. Yeah, I'm gonna quietly and carefully push forward.
Alright. You push forward into what is apparently the shower room of this hellish prison you found yourself in. And kneeling in the center of the room is a human woman, a knife in hand, seemingly suspended in animation, plunging a knife into her own stomach.
Well, fuck. Okay. And the room, what is uh where's where's the water sound coming from?
Directly to your right as you entered the room, there is a shower head that is turned on.
Can I see from here if this woman seems to be at all alert or conscious in whatever suspended state she's in?
Do you want to try?
Uh, yeah, sure. I would like to not get too close. But yeah, if I can roll or something for it.
Alright. Roll. Insight.
Oh, thank fuck.
You keep saying thank God, but you have never rolled well on insight at
Right,
all.
okay. I'm so glad to hear it because I have a great bonus and then it never works out.
Alright, Mimic. I'll let you in during the break to disclose what's going on here. Uh, but we'll do that after we discuss the bit that is actually relevant to Beatrix.
That's a 22.
22. Alright. So, yeah. On a 22, there is no indication that she is at all aware of what's going on around her. Her eyes don't move. Her chest does not rise and fall. All that you have is a perfectly preserved moment in time. And just then,
Okay.
as you blink again, you hear the bell, the feeding time bell from Arloras. Your eyes open to a grisly scene. You are in a jail cell, in the jailhouse of Arloras, your hands covered in blood, an irony taste inside of your maw, as a terrified, as a terrified Margaret Carmela sits pressed to the back wall of the cell, a knife in hand, brandishing it towards you.
Is she injured?
No.
I'm just going to look at her and myself confused and then turn. Why am I covered in blood? Oh God, what did I do?
Behind you are the corpses of what you imagine to be every single guard you saw on your way here. And a set of footprints leading to directly under your feet.
Oh my God. Shocked and kind of horrified, I'm just gonna turn back to Margaret and say, "What? What did I do?"
Margaret does not respond with words, but with a scream, a very primal fear coursing through her as she screams for help, trying to draw anyone to where you are. A scream that Gabriel, Damien, and Manuelo can hear.
Oh no.
And that is where we are going to start our break.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Fucking God, baby. What the fuck is this? What did you do to me? What did I do to these fucking people?
Okay, so I actually want to hear explanations and shit like now.
Please do. Please do.
So Mimic, do you mind joining us? Okay, the bit about what exactly was important about that one corpse, the first one, don't say that, because that is
Spoilers?
no, not spoilers. It's the sheet that I made you guys fill out with like potential triggers and stuff like that.
Oh,
There's a detail about who that was that falls under one of the red categories. So we won't talk about it here. But yeah, other than that, Mimic, you can talk about every other part of what that was.
Baby, what the fuck?
I'm flabbergasted.
You're not the one who just murdered an entire city guard precinct.
I know.
Hello, Mimic.
I hate that you did that to me. I need a moment to stop crying here. Oh boy.
By the way,
Why would you do that to me?
the only reason that was the hellscape I chose is because I knew you were watching.
I hate that. I hate you so much for that. It's amazing, but I hate you for it.
All right, I'm gonna put us on the BRB screen. Our break is officially starting now, but if you guys want to hear your explanation and then go on break, that's fine too. Anyways, I'll see you guys when I get back.
I assume it has something to do with your character.
It happens to do with a prior campaign that Maddie was the DM for. a big thing that kind of pulled together the whole story was the fact that we were messing with a god of some sort. I will not disclose who in case spoilers or whatever. Um, and we were put into a bunch of cells, and a bunch of different people were there. Uh, and it turned into a Saw game, like the movie Saw. First thing was the cell rooms, and we had a bunch of different keys, but there was one who didn't have a key. That person would die. We managed to get that taken care of, and the floor underneath opened up to all of them, and spikes were there. That was the first room you encountered. The second room, the stand, there were the three raccoons, the pickling trio, if I remember correctly. Uh, they were giant pains in the butt. Uh, they attempted to kill us at one point. Um, like it's hard to explain not going into the full story of the campaign. Like I'm trying to explain as best I can because I'm also like emotionally strained due to particularly the woman that you found, who had that knife. Uh, she ended up quote unquote sacrificing herself because what we were told is that each person we kill, we get 3 coins. We have to put 10 coins in the thing in that box in order to get out of this. And so she decided to sacrifice herself. We didn't get the coins for it because she wasn't killed. She committed Sudoku. Okay. Uh like what exactly else am I missing here?
I don't know.
uh
Oh, yeah, you did a thing.
essentially wish spell. Uh like we would have to do a riddle. If we succeeded the riddle, we would get a wish. And so we may or may not have abused it, as one does when they have the ability to get wishes.
Understandable.
Exactly. Like, for example, one of them for me was like being able to understand every language. So, but
No, did not touch the wish spell.
um,
Yep.
uh,
Yep.
that that impacts me so much to this day. You have no idea how much that affects me, and so like I'm still crying right now.
Oh no. Oh god.
Like I literally left the call. I stepped away. I walked. I was done. I That
I
screwed with
completely
me.
understand you.
Okay.
Well, you sure did me.
God. I'm wow. I did not.
So,
I
and
didn't think
some,
really.
am I able to tell about Mr. Witness that you told me about, Maddie? Understood. Yes. Understood.
Right.
I forget about that.
Oh yeah, they hear the rest of us, but they can't hear.
I will make
Oh my
sure
God.
I do not relay any more information about that. But oh boy.
The thing I
I
want to know more is what the hell did she do?
Oh
Great.
God.
like
Don't.
that whole blood rage thing, I have no clue about. You're on your own for that.
Yeah, baby just had me apparently slaughter an entire police precinct.
I
Wait
hope
till
not.
you just
I really hope
Granted,
not.
hey, guess what? I guess you subclass into barbarian now.
Because here's the thing, right? I was in a room full of people outside of like the captain's offices and stuff. If I went crazy in that room and just slaughtered my way to here, that means that's probably that's a lot of dead people. That
Oh,
is
1000%. You
y'all are
done
gonna
goof.
carnage to find me.
Yep, and we're fleeing the city as fast as possible.
Fuck this
Manuel is
murder
going to 100
Yeah.
throw up.
No more mystery. Just no more worrying about the mystery or
Also, I
anything
see
to
in the
do
chat that
any of these
you even forgot about the
characters.
Fling Trio. Like those, those, l- those, l- those little shits, those little shits. I want to punt them. I want to
They
punt
sound
their head off.
adorable.
I swear.
I will punt them for you. Don't worry. Manuel is
Thank
going
you.
to punt
You,
these
if they are
raccoon
the
children.
same, if they are the same way as they were in my campaign, please, you will understand why.
I want
I
you
will
to
have
DM
them
me.
punt.
Mimic, I want you to DM me if it's the exact same issue, okay? So then I know to be like, oh, these poor little raccoons are getting punted to hell.
3.
I said little, I didn't say any number, but thank you.
You said
No, you said
4.
4.
No, he said
You
poor with
goofy.
P.
Poor, Poor.
Oh, poor. Okay. I heard 4, like the number. Okay, I'm gonna.
These poor little raccoons are getting punted to hell. I'm gonna punt some erupting earth. I'm gonna just shatter their hearts.
I will go ahead and jump out of the call now.
It was fun talking
Also,
with
keep
you.
it interesting. Love it. Also, because you're in jail now, this time I said you wouldn't get put into jail.
There's still a
So,
chance. There's still a chance.
So, Mimic, you want to know the funny thing?
what's up?
Will the party go to jail? Is what the question was. It never said a party member.
Will they go to jail? They be arrested? Will they be arrested this session?
Oh, no. Oh. Wait, what happens if only Atropine gets arrested?
David,
I lose my appy slices? No. Okay, we're killing the. Oh, wait, no. I'm not
I
losing
love-
my appy slices,
I
Mattio.
love how you're
I'm
more
reading
concerned
my
about
apple
losing your apple
slice.
slices over the fact
it.
that one of your party members is would be currently in jail.
Well, so it's Beatrix, obviously Manuelo, who, over the course of technically 7 episodes, and this being the 8th, it technically would have counted them as family, meaning We might get a jailbreak from Manuelo himself to where he gets beaten close to death again.
Don't worry, I'm
Okay.
gonna be there next to you this time.
Granted, it was funny. All right.
Woo!
See
Bye,
ya.
Mimic.
I am ready for more murder.
Oh my god. Hey, so we made up for our murder count and we probably jumped it up to like 3 or 4 people an episode.
Yeah.
All because someone blacked out and just became a murderous person.
I need answers.
Don't worry, Manuelo's not giving you the answers. Manuelo's probably throwing you to the ground. Even being questionable. Like, why did you do this?
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Ready.
Yay!
Anya.
No, not the eating a dude. What's supposed to happen much later?
What?
Nothing.
All right. Looks like Gabriel may be AFK, but or sorry, Cosmo. But yeah, if Cosmo is ready to continue when they get back, we shall. Just an update for those of you in chat who have not been able to hear me because we were on the BRB screen.
Yes, epic bro. I I had already considered that. This is gonna be a grisly sight.
I don't know.
I mean, Margaret seems like she's a criminal, right? So the fact that she's as terrified as she is right now, I feel like it should be a clue that whatever just happened was pretty fucked up.
Cosmo, you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, alright. So, Damien, Manuelo, and Gabriel all hear a blood-curdling shriek from inside the prison. So too does the investigator, who nearly jumps out of his seat and is now running towards the back of the precinct.
Oh no. Manuel's just gonna look to everyone else like, do I need to do? I'm not doing something. Manuel's booking
I'm
straight
already
after him.
there. I'm already running.
Is there any chance that he left some of the evidence out on the table?
He left the badge for sure, and he also left the transcript of the conversation with the star witness.
All right, I'm going to grab that and like tuck it in my bag before running as well.
All right.
After Margaret screams, realizing I'm in a shitty place right here, and I don't think I'm gonna get any answers out of her. I'm going to if you'll let me, Maddie, I would like to very quickly convert some sorcery points to a second level spell slot so I can cast invisibility on myself again and get the fuck out of here.
I don't think you're freaking getting out of here.
Sounds good.
Wonderful. Yeah, seeing that this is like, she's obviously freaked out. This isn't going to help me. I have no clue what just happened, and I am literally covered in blood. No use waiting around. Just going to very quickly do that, get invisible, and get the fuck out of here.
All right. So, roll perception.
Who?
Beatrix, sorry.
Perception.
Perception.
What is that? That's 21.
Massive pools of blood cover the hallway, leading back to where you came from, or back to where
Oh,
you believe you came from. So, if you are not careful to avoid them and to remove any of your covered garments, you are going to leave a trail.
I was about to say, how could you invisibility when your legs are bloodied?
Yeah, because any blood that drips off of me is just gonna turn visible again. Fuck.
Well, I guess
Okay.
removing the garments isn't your only option. If you have prestidigitation, you can clean them.
Oh yeah. Before I'm invisible, just prestidigitation myself clean.
Alright.
Yeah, you can keep
You
multiple
may have
presentations
traumatized
up,
the
so you
priest.
can probably like make yourself a little pathway.
Yeah, but I don't want to make an obvious pathway. So once I'm clean, I'm just gonna do my best to try and avoid the gore.
And yeah, once your character becomes aware of the pools of blood on the floor, it's easy to avoid. You don't even have to make rolls for that if you don't want to. That said, you approach the giant metal door that you somehow managed to break through. There's a hole in the door about the size of your fist, right where the lock was, and the bar snapped in half is laying on the ground. On the other side of this door is the investigator, and Manuelo, and Gabriel, and Damien. And they
Did we
are,
see anything weird on our way over?
well, upon arriving at the door, you see a very smashed door, as well as so many bodies.
I'm not even going to ask.
Like, from the doorway, you can count at least 9, and some of them are in multiple pieces.
God damn it, why?
All right. Well, I'm going to look over at the investigator and then slowly step forward to push the door open.
Beatrix, you see the door from your side push open, or sorry, from the other side push open towards you. And, yeah, the door is open. Gabriel, you only see more carnage, shattered windows, broken furniture. Whatever happened here was an incredibly violent massacre.
Well, I'm gonna basically just hold the door wide open, waiting for the inspector to say something.
Hello, Ryu, the protogen.
Ew, Danny.
Um, the investigator is at a loss for words, but he closes his eyes for a moment, steals his resolve, and produces his pistol before walking into the corridor. He'll put a hand up in front of the party as if signaling you all to stay back.
Message loud and clear.
So Manuelo is going to conjure his spell book,
All right.
and and I'm going to have it follow the investigator.
Spellbook?
Oh, I was gonna.
What it does is that it's creating a dim light, so then it's something that'll help him see.
Also, what were you saying, Gabriel? Sorry, I interrupted
Oh,
you.
I'm gonna look to the others and say, if he asks, I went to go check and see if there were any other problems somewhere else, and then I'm going to wild shape into a small field mouse and sneak and follow behind him.
Um,
Okay.
as people are coming in and out, as soon as I have an opportunity where the door is clear enough for me to dip through everybody and get the fuck out of here, I'm going to. Who can I pass by of the party while I'm doing that?
You will have a very close brush with Gabriel, as well. You wouldn't know. Well, you might know it's Gabriel. Um, Gabriel the field mouse, as well as assuming Damien and Manuelo are still at the door. You will have to pass them too.
Um, okay, when I get to Manuelo and Damien, how far away is the investigator from us?
He has pushed into uh, the foyer of the prison proper. So he's about 30 feet from you guys.
Okay. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to lean into Manuelo's ear and like just the faintest whisper, just say, back at the wagon. And then just fucking keep making my way out of this fucking precinct, dodging the gore. And as soon as I'm past all the gory bullshit, run. Just fucking sprinting out of here. Just getting the fuck gone away from here.
Manuel is gonna look to where the whisper was coming from before seeing that nobody's there, but knowing possibly that it was Atropine. He's going to look at Damien and go,
To the cart.
"Hmm?
Let's go back to the wagon.
No, only I heard it. That's the thing."
Okay. Either way, it seems your intention is to return to the wagon.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell Damien, "Hey, stay here, wait for them, let them know that I had to go run to the wagon for some reason."
Gotcha.
And I'm just heading back to the wagon like as fast as I can.
Gabriel and the investigator proceed inward to the prison itself. It would seem that the rampage of this unknown monster did not stop with just the guards, as each of the cells leading up to Margaret's own has been broken into, and the people inside murdered as well. In Margaret's own cell, you find one Margaret Carmela in the fetal position on the floor, sobbing and unable to even register that you guys have entered.
All right. Well, I'm mainly here observing to figure out what the investigator's gonna do.
Well, good question. The investigator continues to look around in and out of offices, finding only more carnage, before he finally determines, to his satisfaction, that there is no further threat. He will turn back and approach Damien, if Damien is still there, at the door
Taylor's still there.
to the jail, and say, I need you to go outside, find any guard, anyone, and tell them to get help. We need medics. We need all available hands. Something very wrong has happened.
Oh, trust me, I know. And I will do that immediately.
I didn't catch anything you said after "and I."
Trust me, I know, and I will do that immediately.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So there's that situation.
Okay.
Gabriel, what are you doing?
Yeah, I guess. So you said that all the other cells leading up to Margaret's had been busted into. Is hers still intact?
Yes. Well,
How wide are the bars?
the door is open, but
Oh, okay.
the bars of the cell are about 5 inches between. Just about large enough to stick a hand through.
Okay. Well, if the door is currently open, I'm gonna go ahead and revert and step through the door and approach her slowly and cautiously, doing everything I can to like get her attention to not spook her.
Margaret is... She is visibly faintly aware that you have entered, but she is inconsolable, and she makes no attempt to speak to you or engage with you at all.
Okay. Well, there's that. I guess in that case, I am going to flip open the file that I stole and see if it is also redacted for the witness name.
It is.
Does it have stickers?
It does.
Then I'm going to peel off the sticker and get the name.
It's perhaps exactly what you expected to find.
Okay.
The star witness is one Alia.
Okay. Well, then I will, I guess, knowing that there's probably not going to be much point in helping her for now, I'll just go ahead and, like, look over at her and say, we're gonna get you out of this, I promise. And then make my way back the rest of the way. If I do spot the guard, if I do spot the investigator on my way back to the entrance to the door, I'm going to change back into the mouse again to sneak past him.
All right. So that's everyone out of the jail now? Am I missing anyone?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll assume that Capper went with the others.
Manuelo?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Capper might not even have come to the jail, just kind of
That's true.
frozen in the investigator's room, not sure what's going on.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess I haven't like left the jail yet. So let's say I stumble upon him and tell him that we need to leave. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna head that way and return the evidence folder in an attempt to make it look like I didn't tamper with it.
All right. With the label sat back on there and the file now securely on the desk where it was, you've successfully covered your tampering.
Okay. And where was Capper in fact still there?
It was, and he looks a bit shaken, but nods and follows you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm going to head out the door and go over to the wagon.
So, Damien, are you also headed back to the wagon at this point?
I'm helping them look for someone.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it doesn't
I
take.
am dedicated. If they want me to help them,
You're cutting out again.
sorry. I'm dedicated. If they want me to someone to help, I will look.
All right. Well, it doesn't take you very long to find the first guard, and if you are relaying that message to them, they will get on with getting a doctor and all available hands back to the precinct.
I would, and as soon as I do that, I'm gonna go back to the cart wagon.
I call it a cart all the time, as well as a caravan for some reason. Anyways, now that everyone's kind of regrouped at the wagon, where is Beatrix?
Beatrix, yeah, she went straight to the wagon as well. She, like I said, she made her way through the gore very quickly, very carefully, but as quick as she could. And then as soon as she was free, she fucking bolted, just ran full speed, got to the wagon, all invisible the whole time, so that she wouldn't draw attention. Obviously, didn't drop that till we were back in the wagon.
Morgan looks a little concerned as you step inside, looking all shaken and just kind of bolting in the way you did while invisible. Is everything all right, Beatrix?
Well, she's gonna walk over to like the water tank and get herself a glass of water and just fucking chug it.
It takes a while, but you do manage to get the taste of iron out of your mouth.
I think I just slaughtered several dozen city guard and prisoners.
You think you did this?
Yes. Also, if we could keep this between us, that would be great. If anyone else asks, I got here a little bit earlier. I my story here is going to be that I found this and I pull out the little paper that I took out of prosecutor dude's office to get us some information, and then I came here uh to grab some supplies and to store this off of my person.
Very well. Um, just sorry, I do have one other question. How the hell did you manage to kill an entire precinct of city guards?
I don't know. There's kind of this thing that happens um where sometimes magic just sort of takes over or explodes out of me. It has never resulted in me slaughtering a bunch of people like that, but maybe it's getting worse.
She will draw her hands together, uh, as if praying, but then like quickly point her fingers towards you. I don't know how to describe the gesture except the boy meme.
About to
Wow.
say that.
We are conscripted to protect the people and the interests of Alamance. I don't suppose it matters what happens to people in the Trade League. But please, keep it under control next time.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Would Manuelo arrive at this point?
Yeah, Manuela would, yeah, have being the first there.
Manuelo's gonna like swing the door open hard, looking straight at Chapin, noticing that there's blood.
There's no blood. No blood.
Okay, well, there's no blood, but Manuel is going to ask, what the hell happened?
Should I be honest with Manuelo?
No lies.
Hold on.
What?
Poll. I'm putting a poll in
Oh,
the
no.
chat.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hold the chat. Should I lie to Manuelo?
I'm sorry.
for goodness sake.
There
You're
was a
gonna
little
have
bit
to ask
more.
that question 3 different times.
There's a
No,
little
I
I'm
was-
bit-
definitely lying to Gabriel and Damien.
Damien will be close to slitting your throat if you lie to him.
All right, we're gonna allow additional votes at 15 apple slices per vote. Go nuts.
So, I'm gonna be fair. Manuel had a little bit more to say.
Okay, go on.
So, what the hell happened? No lies. I need to know. So I can help you if that's something you need. No lies.
Good lord, we are 30 seconds into the voting and there are 49 votes.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's crazy. The yes shot up really quick. Somebody really wants me to lie.
That was
You
me.
want to lie to the family, the dude who's like, I want to just like help people and find out what happened to my brother other than knowing that he died? I want to like protect my family and everything.
Dear God. Okay, so no is winning out with 65 votes to Yes's 49.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no, taking over.
Yeah, you two consider your conversation. I'll let you know how the vote ends.
You can try avoiding if you want right now.
No, I think okay. So Manuelo, she probably would confide in Manuelo. He's been pretty chill about her bullshit so far, and he's a wizard. So she'll probably just, yeah, she's probably just gonna ask him for help about it. So she will look very conflicted when first asked, especially in kind of a hostile tone. And then she'll say, okay, quickly, before the others get here, keep this to yourself. So I have some sort of curse or something that I've had since I was a child. Sometimes magic just sort of consumes me or explodes out of me. It can have varying effects depending on who fucking knows what. That was new, however. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I did not consciously make the choice to do any of that. And I am telling you this because you're a wizard. I am hoping, praying, that perhaps if it is getting worse, you can help me fix it. But again, do not tell Gabriel at the very least. Damien is something to be considered. Do not tell Gabriel.
You have wild magic? Or something similar to that? Are you... Mm. Oh my god. You had wild magic up to this point and you didn't think it would be relevant to bring up?
Well, you don't tend to make very many friends or allies when you tell them that standing anywhere near you might randomly result in their sudden and painful death.
You must have really drawn the short straw on that one. Usually, wild magic sorcerers, like my brother in this case. My brother who's missing, who I'm pretty sure is dead. No, who is dead, was a wild magic sorcerer. I didn't get that, but I can't help much with wild magic. All I know is that you need to fight the urge of the wild magic if you're casting a spell or stuff. You must have drawn like the worst straw ever. Oh my god.
Yeah, like I said, that is new. That's never happened before. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
quite sure what to do here other than try to figure it out, but I need time to do that. And to get that time, I need people not trying to kill me or throw me in jail. So be a friend, be a pal, keep this between us.
You can see Manuelo just stop. He's fuming and sort of pissed off due to the fact being it's like, hey, we were supposed to be there in order to help Margaret. And then this happened, and you potentially made it where Margaret's too afraid to talk with us.
Damien and Gabriel would arrive around this point.
Manuelo, upon noticing them arrive, is going to cast a message and stating, "You owe me big time."
May
Uh,
I ask, what the hell is going on?
Beatrix just has her best smile on, sipping on some water, just looking casual as fuck. And she's like, uh, oh, glad you're all here. I found out the name of the witness, and it is
Even
quite
with hard
suspect.
point
Wait,
the gun
sorry.
to her.
Did Gabriel show up with Damien as well? I missed that.
Yes.
Okay.
What did you do?
I
Damien. And I'm reaching over to touch Damien on the shoulder. We can talk about this later. Beatrix, are you okay?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Clearly, something intense happened back there. Are you sure you're okay?
What curse do you have?
Wait. Where were you? Because like we came from the nice older grizzly bear investigator. We went back to the other investigators and you weren't with us. Where did you go? Did you just come back to the wagon?
Well, on the way out of the prosecutor's room, I may have turned invisible and dipped back in and stolen this. And she'll produce the piece of paper from the transcript, which is how I found our star witness's name.
You don't find a star witness by traumatizing them.
Well, I
I
mean,
I stole a piece of paper and then left.
So, Gabriel, like, giving Beatrix a look that he clearly knows that Ian knows that she's full of it, will just look over and say, okay, at some point you are going to need to let us in on your secrets, but thank you so much for getting the witness figured out. Let's see what we can get done.
Right. Of course. So what do you propose our next move be then?
Well, if Alia is trying to frame Margaret, and Margaret's currently terrified out of her mind over whatever in the world happened in the precinct, he says, glaring over in Beatrix's
Damien's
general
trying to
direction.
not snarl.
I like how everyone is just assuming she slaughtered all those people. No one's giving her any benefit of the doubt here. Everyone's
no,
just
no,
like,
no, no,
no, you did it, bitch.
Oh,
no.
okay. Oh,
So I feel like I need to point out something. Manuel is in the corner, just like going with Beatrix's story, even though he knows what probably happened. He's just like, yeah, keep going, keep going. I'm
Meanwhile,
going
you
to
have
make
Damien
you
that's
pay
still
for this.
pointing a gun to Beatrix.
okay. As the DM, I feel I need to step in here. We are metagaming a little bit. all of the players seem to be aware that this is somehow Beatrix's fault, even though Gabriel and Damien have no reason to believe so.
Were we not supposed to assume that she ran away after causing a mess?
I mean, sure, certainly, but only Manuela was directly contacted by Beatrix after the fact.
Okay.
The rest of you
Oh,
should not even have known where
no.
Beatrix was.
Yeah, like Damien. Sorry. Yeah, Damien. When you mentioned like, "Hey, we need to go back to the cart," I immediately popped off saying I was the only one who heard it because I'm trying to.
The only thing that Damien has is that he immediately called for medical attention, so something happened.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. There was a ton of blood. Beatrix went missing. The first thing Gabriel asked is, "Are you okay?" And then she was immediately evasive and blatantly lying.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I
Oh,
don't get me
I don't know
wrong.
about blatantly lying here. Can I roll deception maybe? Because
I'm
come on,
I'm not
You know
saying
what?
I'm not
give me
saying I'm not saying it's horribly out of character for the PCs to assume that Beatrix had something to do with it. I'm just asking you to consider if your character. I'm just asking you to consider all angles here and
Okay.
decide for yourself if it's reasonable that your character believes that.
Well, I can understand Gabe thinking that after the whole "Are you breathing?" Then I know you're trying to harass or murder someone. So it wouldn't be too surprising for Gabriel to just assume, well, I didn't have my eyes on Beatrix when this horrible thing happened, so it was probably her.
Can I roll an insight to see, like... Wait, what would it be?
To see like what I didn't hear anything after that.
You lying?
You want to roll fight against my deception?
Oh no.
This is drifting into PvP territory, so you can do that, but that's where this ends. If you fail that roll, don't do anything else targeting Beatrix.
Oh no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm just trying to investigate just to make sure.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I will roll my deception. And I'm going to use Tides of Chaos.
No, not again.
Sorry, I'm not trying to clamp down and become the overbearing DM now that things are going off the rails.
Wow, that was so bad. Oh my god. Well,
All right.
Wait,
Damien, you do
Wait.
have a very present sense that Beatrix is being dishonest.
wait, I have a question actually involving this.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't it be harder or because I'm helping Beatrix in this sense of case?
Beatrix already has advantage.
Ah,
Yeah.
Please tell me if you're okay and what's
didn't catch the last bit of that.
and
You
what's wrong.
I am okay. I mean, there's a lot of things wrong in the world.
All right, so I think that we need to go figure out and go talk to Alia again. I don't know who here she's still willing to talk to, so it might need to just be me. But let's go do
I
that
mean, I can give it a
and figure out the
shot, but I'm
best
not
course
that
of
good
action.
with communication.
Okay, I'm going. Anyone who wants to come with, let's go head out.
Sure, I'll come.
Right. Yeah, Beatrix is gonna go because act casual, right?
Manuel is grabbing Beatrix. We're gonna talk for a little bit.
I was about to say, out of character, please don't.
All right. Whatever you need, Manuelo.
We'll meet up with y'all later.
All right. If you happen to be around shopping, see if you can think of something we could gift the professor that he'd never ever forget.
Get him a forget-me-not. Got it.
Not the correct response, but yeah.
Anyway, let's get going, Damien.
Gotcha.
Before we get into the conversation between Manuela and Beatrix, where are Gabriel and Damien headed to?
I'm just heading right over to talk to Alia.
All right. So, I'm going to handle that first if you guys don't mind, because I imagine there's going to be a lot of conversation between Beatrix and Manuelo.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. Damien, Gabriel, you make your way back to the student's house, to the west wing, to the third floor, and you find your way outside of Alia's room.
All right, I'm gonna knock on the door.
A very sheepish reply, as with last time. She'll gently crack the door and quietly ask who is there.
It's Gabriel. I need to talk to you about something.
And then there's Damien. I'm here and stuff.
She will very tepidly open the door and step out of the way.
All right. I'm gonna whisper over to Damien, be gentle, and then we're
Promise
going,
you.
and then go in and try to find a seat.
All right. Alia is quick to offer you her seat on the sofa while she grabs a chair from the little kitchenette and sits down in the middle of the floor. So, what's new?
Well, we've been working on the investigation still.
And how's that
There's-
going?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff that's turned up that they definitely have the wrong guy. There's no way it was Margaret, and I can't let her rot in jail for a murder she didn't commit.
Well, if not Margaret, then who?
Well, I think I have a guess, but you're not gonna like it.
Why? Because I'm close to the person or because I think it's totally nonsensical?
Well, well, you're going to claim it's the second one while I know it's the first one.
She'll kind of roll her eyes. Go on then. What's turned up now?
Well, so did you happen to hear anything about the way the body was murdered?
Yeah, I heard recently in a conversation discussing what had happened that blunt force trauma and magic were involved. Yes.
How about a specific type of magic?
She hesitates and says, rolling dice. One moment. Okay, hold on. Let me first determine the outcome so that you guys know I'm being fair about this.
She's gotta know we know.
Odds are yes, but that's where the calmness comes in.
Gabriel has spent 3 days at every opportunity trying to prove that he trusts her. So,
Wow, that
at some point.
didn't come out like I wanted it to. All right. Now we'll roll again. She hesitates for a moment, but then confidently says, "There were singe marks on a nearby wall, seeming to suggest that it was fire."
No. The body was covered in ice.
Alia pauses for a moment before simply saying, "That's what I get for getting my information secondhand."
Yeah. So when I went down there further and showed them the little magic trick your badge could do, they had concerns it might be the murder weapon.
If it's true that that frost magic did have something to do with this murder, I don't think that's impossible.
So that means that it's going mean that it would be someone who could get their hands on your badge and knows that it's capable of doing powerful ice magic. As far as I can tell, this hand thing isn't exactly a common university handshake around here.
And do you believe that that means only the professor could have committed this crime? Is that right?
Unless you know a second person.
I don't know, Gabriel. How about anyone who has ice magic?
So they know ice magic, but still planted your badge on the scene as for some reason.
She grunts softly and says, "And what about the timing? You said the murder happened at 8 o'clock. The professor had just left his room. He wouldn't have had time to get all the way there."
Well, in the time it took from me to talk to you and walk from here to that room, he certainly also could have walked from here to that room. Alia, we can.
Teleportation as possible.
Yeah, in addition to all sorts of magical ways. Alia, I don't want to argue. I don't want to fight you on this. You can believe me or not. I'm just telling you what I think is happening.
The last we need is more violence.
And if there's another explanation that you have, I'm all ears.
Why are you telling me this?
Well, again, they found your badge at the scene. Your badge was found at the scene as the likely murder weapon, and your testimony doesn't line up.
My testimony. I haven't even spoken with the police.
Are you sure about that?
Oh shit. Gonna have her roll composure now. She. Whatever she's about to say catches in her throat. She. Her eyes meet yours every so often as she tries to speak, but it doesn't seem she can bring herself to lie to you.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is the very first thing that you said to me when we spoke this morning was when you thought it was someone else. You said, "No, I'm not changing my testimony." So what crime were you testifying about if it wasn't this one?
I'm sorry, Gabriel. I I don't want to talk about this anymore. Please just leave.
I'd give anything for this to go away too, and we have the chance to. I
Listen,
don't know what he has over you. And I don't know how difficult it would be.
I understand how it feels to be alone and scared, but we promise you will be okay.
You don't understand. It's not just a matter of being expelled from this stupid school. It's what he has over me is grounds for imprisonment of not just me, but my entire family. I
Listen, I don't.
I don't know your gripe, and I don't know what's happening fully, but I am here to support you.
Yeah, believe me, we don't need you to do much. You should be able to go to and you should be able to go to the police, tell them that you were intimidated into saying your initial story and saying that someone stole your badge and left it on
If the
and
professor
left it
tries
at the
to do
scene of the
shit with
crime.
you or your family, I promise you, he'll be dead in an instant.
careful, Sheikah. You interrupted Cosmo.
Sorry.
Continue, Cosmo.
We don't need you to turn on him. We just need you to not protect him. Just when you go down, you just go down to the precinct, tell them that somebody stole your badge, and that your original testimony may not be accurate.
That's going to be enough, though. He is the one demanding this testimony of me. And if my testimony changes or if I refuse to testify, he comes out with what he has on me and I disappear. I can't risk that. There has to
We
be
won't
some other way.
we won't let you disappear.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. There was an incident down at the prison, so we may have more time to figure this out. But if we end up in a scenario where you just get in trouble for lying to the police about your original story, and I get the evidence that I need to accurately convict the professor, then maybe that's enough. Does that seem like it's with something you can manage?
I need to know they won't come after me after I change my testimony.
I don't need you to change it. I just need you to tell me. I just need to. Sorry. Give me a second of trying to pick the right words here. I don't need you to change your testimony. I just need you to give me the evidence that I need to demonstrate that to demonstrate that he's guilty. Whatever piece of the puzzle I'm missing, if you have it, you can just hand it to me and I'll fix it.
Plus, we'll protect you from this. If he does go after you, he has to go through us.
Oh wow, it's coming down outside. Sorry. So she pauses and says, I don't know of anything that's evidence enough to convict him on its own, but I can at least give you the details of the conversation he had with me after the fact. Maybe you can make something of it where I've failed to.
Yeah, anything you can give.
Oh shit, my power may go out.
Oh no.
Sorry, gang. But I'm gonna keep rocking till that happens. So, the morning after, he reached out to me. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
When did he get back last night?
He didn't return for quite some time, and I couldn't justify staying there after 11 o'clock.
Okay.
The morning after, he reached out to me. Well, he found me. He said to stay where I was and refuse to talk to anyone. And he gave me the story I was meant to present. And he said that this would help him deal with the mess I made trying to report the outbreak. He said that if Margaret takes the fall, that'll kill two birds with one stone. He'll no longer have someone leading this. He'll no longer have someone reading this strange little student protest against him, and that'll tie up the loose end, getting the investigation off of you and onto this until our research was completed.
Okay. Where were you when he said this?
I was just outside of my room.
In the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. I can work with that. Alright. Yeah. I'll have to figure out who... I mean, it might be a little tricky, but I'll figure out the defense team of Margaret's to talk to figure this out, to get that story passed along. Don't worry. It will not sound like it came from you. I mean, it will not have come out of your mouth. I'll have eavesdropped on him saying it from in the hallway.
Thank you, Gabriel. And I'm so sorry for my part in all of this.
Gabriel isn't going to say anything, but he is going to, like, reach out to, like, touch her hand.
She does not pull away from your touch.
Okay. We just need to do everything within our power that we can to make the world a better place.
She simply nods. And then has a look around the room and says, your friend, the cat, does he know anything that might help?
I wish. He doesn't keep memories between his forms. Oh, I probably didn't give you the details, did I?
That's unfortunate, but these are the cards we're dealt.
Yeah. But, I mean, the only other thing is that we could peek into the professor's office. Have you been in there since?
No, not at all.
Okay. Alright. Do you have any reason to think he wouldn't? There's a stretch of today where he would not be in his office.
He'll be teaching classes between 9 and 11 a.m. and between 7 and 8 p.m. tonight.
Okay. Perfect. Alright, and this evening, if I need you for anything, will you be here at the library?
I guess I'll be at the library.
Okay, I'll do my best not to need you for anything, but
If
sometimes
you
things
ever
get out of
need
our
us,
hands.
What was that, Gabriel?
Oh, um, I'll do my best to not need you for any more help, but just in case, you know.
Thank you.
And now you can go,
if
Damien.
you
Go on, Damien.
if you ever need us, do not be afraid to ask. I promise you, we will protect you.
She'll nod and just kind of look away from both of you. Now, I'm sorry, but I don't have anything left to offer.
Yeah, no worries. If you don't mind, one final question.
Of course.
Is there a good spot on the university where we could study the gem creature from the professor's office after we take that back from him?
What do you need? Just an open space?
An open space where it would be hard for him to make a run for it.
There is. She lets out a slight.
yourself. Yeah, don't stress yourself about it now, but give it some thought.
She lets out a slight chuckle and just says, "Actually, I do know of just such a place. In the labs where evocations are practiced, there are these large glass rooms where one can observe from the outside while whatever spell is enacted is contained within. I think these may be the best places."
Perfect. Then once we get this all sorted out, we'll definitely need to head over there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and reach for a handshake.
She will ignore your hand entirely and instead approach and hug you.
Okay.
Damien would just politely bow.
Right. So with that, I guess with whatever arms I can manage to reach back around, I will give her a hug as well. Stay safe. All right.
You too.
And with that, I guess. Actually, I know. No, I don't know what time of day it is compared to when she said the professor would not be around.
It's okay. If you just say you want to go to the professor's office when there's an opportunity,
Yeah,
I'll
eventually
figure
going
that.
to yeah, eventually going to the professor's office. But if there's enough time to meet back up with the others first, then I guess we do that.
All right. Let's resolve Beatrix and Manuela's conversation now, and then yeah, we'll just say that meeting happens, and we can take the latter opportunity to visit the professor's office.
Yeah, Manuelo sounded like he had some shit to say.
Yes. Yes, I do.
After they leave, Beatrix is just gonna turn and look at him like, okay, what do you want?
First off,
Mhm.
who else knows?
I mean, a lot of people, just no one here. Well, I mean, some of my old criminal friends, people I grew up with. There's people who know, though no one knows the particulars.
Sorry, I'm sorry. About what happened in there.
Oh, you and Morgan. Although it seems Gabriel and Damien both have their suspicions.
They don't know exactly what happened. Sort of like me, though I do know that you were involved. So let's let's take this easy. First, what happened?
Well, I did go back into the prosecutor's office to steal that bit of paper, but afterwards I figured might as well see if I could find out anything else. I started making my way through the precinct and got to that large room before the jail. I was standing there for a moment, trying to decide what to do, and then suddenly I was somewhere else, some dungeon surrounded by cells, very bloody, very awful. Um, I There was no one there. There was a large door. I made my way through. There were body bags and a commissary. Uh, Nothing of note too much. I kept going. I ended up down a hallway that eventually forked. One way was seemingly a dead end, but there was a giant glowing purple 2 on the roof. Then I went back the other way, and there was some weird giant shower room with a brethren woman, seemingly frozen in time, trying to stab herself in the stomach. Um, and then while I was trying to figure out what to do from there, I suddenly found myself in the cell with Margaret, covered in blood and surrounded by viscera. She seemed very horrified at whatever she had witnessed. I tried to speak to her and she just screamed at me. So at that point, I thought it best that maybe I get out of there and not be seen. So I did that.
Spell did you cast before all that happened, other than the invisibility?
I didn't.
So it's not exactly like wild magic, okay?
Like I said, I was simply trying to decide what to do next. And then I had my little vacation. And when I returned, I was surrounded by all that.
Okay, so well, I can tell you straight away, this doesn't look good for you, due to the fact being the only witness to the whole thing is an emotional wreck and stuff. And as soon as she can't explain what happened, you're probably getting arrested and or probably killed.
Maybe we'll get lucky and she'll just go insane.
Oh, please. Knowing how crazy some people are with just knowledge on maps and stuff, there's no way. I mean, there's a possibility, yes, that she'll go insane and stuff like that, but
Also, I mean, who's gonna believe her, right? She's already in jail for murder.
she's
If you back me up and just say that I wasn't even near the precinct, the prison, then I'll be fine. Got you and Morgan to back me up at least, right? Should the guards come calling?
the issue though is the fact being that there's the timeline between you disappearing from the group after we left the investigator's office to that instant. The others would have definitely heard if you said like, "Hey, I'm going to go back to the wagon," or anything, unless you whispered it into my ear. But the whole issue is the fact being that you disappeared from that time, and then the issue happened afterwards. If anyone with like any sense of a brain, knows anything, they would throw you as the number one suspect.
Which is why I don't tell people about it. But no, I mean, I don't have to tell all of you everything I do, right? My story sticks up just fine, especially for the guards.
What guards? They're dead.
Any that might come looking for me.
Okay, so listen. We don't know what manpower they have. They could call in a necromancer for all we know. In order to speak with the dead and find out who killed them, because the dead have no reason to lie.
Out of curiosity, Maddie, were the corpses in good enough condition to be able to use a spell like that on them? Because, like, if they're fucked up to a certain extent, doesn't that spell not work?
Yeah, many of them were in several pieces, but I'm sure the scene could be scoured for one that is salvageable.
Okay, damn. Didn't rip everyone's throat out, unfortunately.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, even worse. Damien can possibly speak with the ghosts if he wanted to figure out what happened.
Well, let's hope he doesn't do that.
Yeah. You owe me big time for this, just so you know.
And I will gladly repay you. Whatever you need, Manuelo.
I'm telling you right now that there's the possible chance of you ending up in jail no matter what. Because even before trial and everything, they're going to arrest their number one suspect, which is you.
Why am I the number one suspect?
I went over it already. You're the only possible person due to the fact being, as soon as the only witness to the crime comes back to it, she will confess that it was you. Then
Okay, but
the
how
only
much will that make? I'm sure there's like, actually, I'll just pull out my dagger and grab it. Whatever killed all those people had the strength to punch through a solid metal door. And as you'll see, and with all 9 of her strength, she's gonna grab this dagger and attempt to bend it. I do not have that kind of strength. And I don't think the Arloris guards are going to be too keen to admit that I, on my own, slaughtered several dozen of them. It's an unbelievable story, especially if I have anyone backing up any other story I put up against it.
wait. You said it happened at the exact same time you went to that place, right?
Uh, well, yeah, I mean, it had to. I was standing in the room, and then I was in this weird dungeon, and then when I came back, I was in the cell with Morgan.
You know how those that claim to be um barbarians have such a thing called rage?
Yes.
You possibly could have done what is it? An unconscious version of that. As in you didn't mean to do it. You didn't want it to happen or anything, but because of your I'm just calling it wild magic at this point. I don't know what it actually is. Your curse. Um your curse would have put you most likely into an unconscious rage and you could have killed them and you didn't know and you don't, but you should feel the repercussions because as you did say, you punched through steel.
Right. Speaking of, do I feel like physically after apparently slaughtering all these people, have I been tired or sore or anything, or do I just feel fine?
Uh, you've been dissociating a little bit, but your body feels fine.
Yeah, so in response, she'll say, that's the strange thing. I feel fine. I'm even right after coming back, I wasn't hurt or winded or anything. I'm just fine. The only thing I can begin to think of to explain what's happened is Sunblood, but I'm no Albadian.
Sunblood?
Uh, yes, not studied on the gods, I take it.
I'm more culture and map making.
Right. Well, Sunblood is a gift, I suppose you could call it, from Albade, the Sun Bull. He. You've most likely heard him referred to as the god of slaughter, because violence and wanton murder is the quickest way to achieve Sunblood, and the religion is all about the pursuit of it. Which is why I say that's the closest thing I can explain to this, but even then, that's not quite it. I. The, while that could explain the violence, sure, it doesn't explain the whole teleporting to some weird dungeon somewhere thing. That's where I hit a hole in this theory.
Wait. But that works with mind, though. Your mind. So, you can't. The surge happened and everything. It affected your mind while your body was still in the place, allowing potentially for something to take over your body or your body to move unconsciously because you said you wanted to go to speak with her.
Yes.
Your bot it probably was your body's unconscious decision to help you get there, and it decided to protect you by killing all the guards because of course guards seeing someone who punched down a door would of course go on the defensive and try to attack you or stop you, all the while your mind was in that place.
Yeah. I need to know what happened in that precinct while my mind was elsewhere. And I have maybe an idea how to figure that out. Um,
What's that, we're sneaking back in?
no. I assume there's some kind of mirror or something in the wagon, right? I don't know if this is gonna work, but maybe.
If you start to surge, I will help stop it.
Is
Okay.
there? Yeah. There's a mirror in here, right, Maddie?
Yes.
All right. In that case, I'm going to convert my. I'm going to convert some first level spell slots to a second level spell slot. Stand in front of the mirror and try to cast detect thoughts on myself, focusing on that incident.
This is going to be a strange feedback loop you find yourself in. But I just don't think it's going to produce the desired result. You're probing into thoughts based on memories you don't have.
Well, yeah. I was just, I don't know.
No, no,
Just
no.
trying to.
I love the ingenuity, but I just don't think that's how that's going to work out.
Well, yeah, it's probably not going to work anyway. Just the fact being, your mind itself is in a different area, so you're going to draw those memories instead of what actually happened.
All right. Well, I'm assuming I've still wasted all those resources, right? Because that would be pretty metagaming for you to stop me in the middle of that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right. Well, then I have no clue what to do.
I mean, I guess that didn't work.
No.
Well, there's nothing like jogging the memory than going and seeing what actually happened, right?
I
But
mean, I was there. I did see what happened.
did you see was it the result or the actions that led to the result?
Well, no, I saw, the desiccated corpses everywhere.
We're probably not going to find the answers then unless we Miguel probably won't even get it if we ask him for help.
Yeah. Well, I am a little stumped now. I am not sure where to go from here.
Well, I mean, yeah, Miguel probably won't be able to help. I'm just trying to think who possibly could. But the whole issue, though, is that you essentially killed the.
I ain't do shit. I didn't do shit.
No, you essentially killed them, even though you don't remember it. You're the only person in there. You have memories from before and after it, and you're the reason why she screamed out for help. The only potential, at least, was that you killed them.
I ain't do shit. I don't know what happened. I was in some weird, funky dungeon. I ain't do shit.
Either your body, either your body reacted in some way to, well, either your body reacted to make your body move subconsciously, or something possessed you during that time while you were in that area. And none of it sounds good because you're the only person who was there.
Well, I suppose I will just have to hope Margaret does not regain her senses enough to send anyone after me.
Yeah. Well, what are we going to do now?
Yeah, that's I'm not quite sure. Well, I know what I'm going to do, at least in this moment. I'm gonna go for a walk.
I'm going with you. Not I'm not taking the risk.
What? So I'm just gonna have a babysitter everywhere I go now?
In the off chance you have another surge, yes.
Well, they're not that common. I think that's really unnecessary.
So, do you want to put the chance that you could be walking past, I don't know, Gabriel, Damien, or anyone that we know, have a surge happen and you just kill them?
I mean, I don't want that. It's just sort of how it is, though, ain't it?
That's why I'm going with you. In case the surge is magic related, I can stop it.
All right. I suppose it can't do any harm. If you insist, then let's go. And Beatrix is probably gonna head to whatever the largest Bethel in Arloris is.
All right.
God, I hate this.
Man, I was really hoping to get some answers out of that fucking detect thought shit. That was a lot of resources.
Manuel is just like in the corner over here being like, do I counter this? Do I just like wait? What do I do?
On your way out, you would have a little run-in with Gabriel and Damien. I believe we're coming back to meet with you, although I may be incorrect about that.
It's okay.
Oh, Gabriel, Damien, back so soon. How goes the investigation? Whatever you've been up to.
Well, so it's definitely the professor. We haven't yet found the smoking gun proof, but at 7 p.m. tonight, his office should be completely unoccupied. So we can get in there and dig around to see what we can find.
All right. Sounds like we have a plan then. Find that smoking gun. We can wrap this up all nice and neat.
Yep.
Are
New
you
York
okay?
City.
Yes, Damien. Thank you for the concern. I am perfectly fine.
Let me think.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really have anything that I wanted to get done between now and then.
Well, Manuelo and I were headed out for a bit. Got
Okay.
something I'd like to take care of.
All right. I guess I'll just hang back here with Capper and Morgan then.
I'm just gonna explore.
All right. So, let's see. 15 minutes. Let's get started with... Yeah, well, let's follow Beatrix for now.
Wait, we haven't done an event roll yet.
Thank
Don't
you
worry,
for
we need
reminding
one.
me. Thank you.
Man, what? Brian, what the? What? Why do we need a fucking event roll?
I'm calling it into
Damn, it's
existence.
exploring. All of a sudden, that happens.
I'm calling it into existence. By God, if someone's getting arrested, it's gonna be Manuelo.
When I get my hands on you, Brian. When I get my hands on you.
I just like how Damien's just walking outside the caravan, exploring the town.
What are the odds that the event roll would be 59 and 61?
Wow.
Here
All
we
right.
go.
So we are on the very, very, very slightly positive side.
Thank fuck. We don't need any more bullshit.
You mean bullshit that you caused by
Yeah, I
having
didn't.
a surge and you failed?
That's on Maddie.
That's
That's
on
not
me.
on.
You failed the surge. It's on you.
Oh, that's on the dice. It's not like I chose to fail. I got 2 natural ones in a row. How fucked?
I passed everything to my account because
All right. So your little excursion is going to be interrupted. Interrupted by the sounds of merriment, the sounds of people out in the street celebrating. Looking around, you see people hoisting up red and green banners, each with a phrase written in a native tongue, one that Beatrix might understand.
Ah, yeah. What's it say?
They are celebrating the turn of seasons into spring. This is something of a cultural festival where people will celebrate the turning of seasons, of course, but also they will basically try to appease their different beliefs in hopes of a good harvest. The other thing that will result from this is the streets are a lot more crowded.
Okay.
That is the result of that event roll. Enjoy.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna make our way through the crowds to the Bethel.
All right, who else with Beatrix as she's doing this?
Manuelo, obviously.
All right, we got Manuelo. Anyone else?
Amish just sort of walking around doing his own thing.
Gotcha.
Oh god. We chose the slowest character to go with Beatrix.
I just want you to know, if the guards show up, you better figure out how you gonna keep up, cause Beatrix fucking running.
Fenwell is just gonna pretend like nothing is happening and then just meet you back at the wagon.
Well, it takes you guys a hot minute, but you will eventually return or make it to the Bethel. And given that this is one of the largest ones in the area, there are a lot of people already here, again, celebrating the turn of seasons and praying to their deities. But what would you like to do while you're here, Beatrix?
Um, I'd like to, things first, I want to walk up to the donation box and drop like 5 golden. Just do that first before looking around and just trying to find one of the Bethel keepers.
You offering it to any particular god, that donation?
Oh, the Bethels are Peroan.
Ah, I did not know. I thought they were kind of a pantheon type thing. My bad.
Uh, no, they are specifically. I mean, maybe in some places they're more pantheon focused, but most gods have their own shit going on. Bethels are typically Peroan, especially in Vinyot.
as you do, kneel to put your money in the offering box. Manuelo, hi.
Yes.
Sure, later. Thank you. Hey guys, if you have knowledge that someone is streaming, how do you approach them? Just in general. I just want to make sure I'm not insane.
I
I don't
don't.
know.
Okay, I think I heard one say I don't. And what
Yeah,
did you say, Damien?
I said, I don't know.
I'm sorry if I may vent just a little bit. Is your answer open the door without announcing yourself? For anyone
No.
here.
That's like
No.
the worst idea ever.
Okay, glad I'm not insane. That has happened twice this stream, and I thought I was being unreasonable because I'm starting to get pissed off.
Yeah, no, baby. The people you live with don't respect boundaries or privacy.
Anyways,
I'm
sorry,
not gonna
sorry about that.
sitting,
Sorry about
come
that.
into my room, like, hi, what's up? And I'm like, please not now.
I don't mean to be airing out my dirty laundry here, but god damn, that's getting annoying. Sorry. Manuelo, you would observe a rather short fennec fox man approaching Beatrix from the side and laying a hand on her shoulder. And of course, Beatrix, you are aware of this the instant someone touches you.
Right. Um, I'll just look over and just smile at them and say, "Good afternoon."
And many great blessings to you as well. Heroa's fine blessings upon you.
Thank you. Um, if it wouldn't be too much of a bother, I was hoping I might speak with someone, perhaps the head Bethel keeper, if they have a moment.
Oh, well, you are speaking to just he. My name is Jared the Grandiloquent.
Oh, God. Oh, wonderful. She's going to look nervously around the room and say, "Could we perhaps speak somewhere a bit more privately?"
Oh, yes, please, but I must warn you, I'm quite the talker. It's kind of where my name comes from, grandiloquent. You know, that word, grandiloquent, it means... I'm anticipating he's going to be interrupted, that's why I stopped there.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Manuel is gonna walk up and is like, everything okay?
Yes. I was just speaking to Mr. Grandiloquent here. He's the head Bethel keeper. I'm just trying to get a moment of his time for a private conversation.
Okay. Okay. I'll probably be out here if you need me.
All right. I'll find you when we're done and ready to head back to the wagon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she'll turn back to old Buddy Boy and just assume he's going to lead her somewhere more private.
Let me just warn chat of something right quick. Okay, so, he will indeed lead you off to a sectioned off area of the Bethel, opening a door towards the annals proper, and stop about halfway from there to the place where other Bethel keepers may currently be taking rest. He'll turn back to you and say, "Oh, okay. What is it, my dear, that you wish to speak of?"
Well, you see, I have this. I mean, I assume it's a curse that I must have been born with, that I think is getting worse. And it's hurt people before, but recently it seems a bit even more so out of control than it was. And I don't know, when I was younger, I was far more devout than I am now. I actually worked in a Bethel for quite a long time as a child. I I have always kept up donations and such just because it just feels the right thing to do, but hard to feel gods give a shit about you when you keep killing your friends just by being near them. After all, I don't know what's happening, but I have no answers and my wizard friend has no answers, and I'm kind of out of places to turn to. I was hoping maybe someone here could help, if not give me answers, perhaps with preventing, more needless suffering.
Well, I have just the remedy for you. In the annals of divine mythology, there exists a celestial luminary whose radiance surpasses the brilliance of 1,000 sun, whose benevolence transcends the bounds of mortal comprehension. Behold, Pirua, the ethereal embodiment of compassion and wisdom, whose celestial domain knows no bounds, whose celestial melodies resonate through the cosmos, weaving the very fabric of existence with her harmonious presence. In the celestial tapestry of creation, Pirua, with her celestial wand, bestowed upon the denizens of the wild realms a boon unparalleled, the gift
My
of
Jared,
sentience.
my dear Jared, yes, I am provoked. I know. The point.
Oh, well, have you ever tried to commune with Pirua?
Like praying, not in some years.
No, no, my dear. I mean to speak to our goddess directly.
I was unaware that that was a possibility, except for possibly her cleric.
Well, um, I, I'm afraid I do have some good news. While, mm, while you may not be able to speak to Baroa, there is actually another god you can speak to, you know. And with this, the Fennec will push the cloak off of his shoulders and reveal the gaudy attire of none other than Verasta, the idiot dice god.
What?
And just then, his face and fur color will change.
What? What? What are you doing here? Also, why?
I am following around.
Also, you lying piece of shit. She's gonna punch him.
Oh my god. So yeah, he's going to begin to ask what you mean by that second thing, but then your strike will connect.
Oh damn! I don't even have to roll for it.
I mean, if you're not trying to hurt him.
Yeah, no, I don't imagine I can actually hurt a god. But yeah, no, just to the point of, buddy, you ripped us off.
You'll take that punch and kind of stumble over. Ouch, shit, Jesus. Okay, alright. Listen, okay, I understand fool's gold, but I gave you something better. I gave you a token. My token. An embodiment of my magnificence in the physical world. You understand what that's worth, right?
Yeah, approximately nothing.
Beatrix. As for what am I doing here, well, I am following, he says, kind of beginning to mull the thought over in his head. Let us say my chaos made manifest. Yes. Some part of me is currently out and about in the world, wreaking havoc in different places, and I am here, to make sure it doesn't get out of hand.
Right. Pretty vague there. Why did that? Okay, but why are you in a Bethel? Why are you here of all places?
Well, I might have had an inkling that my chaos made manifest would find its way here.
Um,
Atropine knows what I'm doing, but Beatrix doesn't.
I haven't heard about much going on in the city. Does this have anything to do with old buddy getting murdered at the university yesterday?
If by the university you mean the precinct, and by old buddy you mean about 13 guards, yes.
At that, she's just gonna look at him.
Your calling card is corpses, it seems.
Wait. So, you are following what you call your chaos made manifest.
And what a fine chaos it is.
So, all of this curse, the dead friends, the dead family, the years of imprisonment, they're all your fucking fault, huh?
No, 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 no. It's more like, okay, I'll come clean with you. It's your mother's fault, really.
I'm going to rush forward and pull my dagger out and stab him. The moment he says that, it's a fight.
Okay, would you actually like to enter combat with Verasta, or would you like this to be the one-sided quashing it's about to be?
I mean, I imagine there's no point in trying to play out the combat because he's going to very quickly swat her like a fly, but...
Okay, so, as you lunge for him with the knife, he will dodge to one side and say, "No, no, really, it wasn't my choice."
I'm gonna swing at him again.
Ah, so you're not talking to him, you're just gonna keep attacking him.
He needs to explain better without just accusing my mother of being the problem.
You think your god would have high charisma?
Hey,
Like-
if you'll stop stabbing at me and listen, he says, continuing to dodge to either side, causing you to break things in the Bethel. Before
After it becomes clear that, like, I'm not gonna end up hitting him, I'm just going to, like, stand there, just glaring at him.
There you go. Y'all tuckered out now? We ready to talk?
I don't know if you have to sleep, but I'm gonna find out.
Odds are they don't need to because God.
Well, the truth is, Beatrix, I do have to sleep. And there's something that's been keeping me awake at night. See, you. And you have been creating chaos all over the Alamanian countryside and here. But I'm here to tell you, it's not your fault. Right? Okay? It's
The dead friends, the dead family, the awful things that happen everywhere I go. Not my fault. Not my fault. No, apparently, according to you, my mother's fault. Right? That's what it is.
well, see, it's once upon a time, a very young and, dare I say, incredibly handsome fox wandered into a certain Alari port. He intended on swindling a few people out of their money, sure, but then he met this most beautiful vixen, and he simply must have had a game with her. Except not really. She just had money, and I was hoping to nab some for myself. But you see, being the god of chance and all, it's kind of going against the spirit of chance to rig the game in my favor. And when I inevitably lost a round that I could not afford to lose, you see, I was honor bound into a certain deal. And this deal resulted in you.
Oh my God! Wait! I just realized that would technically make me a trick.
She just looks like the very like I want to kill you look is more at this point just shocked and like processing. Wait. Wait. You mean to tell me my mother made a bet with you because you were trying to take her money and you lost? And as a result, I am your child?
I prefer to think of you as my chaos made manifest.
I that I'm gonna throw a dagger at him. I assume he dodges it, but gonna try.
He uh he will indeed dodge it, shattering the glass behind him. No, really, I do care for you a lot, and I've followed you all your life. It's just, do you know how dangerous it is to have a certain closeness to someone like me?
No. I have no idea what it's like to be a danger to the people around you.
Okay,
She
listen.
says, just looking at him like he's a fucking idiot.
Wait, no, okay. Maybe my words are missing the mark. Sorry. Sorry to everyone else who's been waiting for a turn, but we're in overtime, and
I'm enjoying this.
I gotta play this out. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. No, she's a demigod? Oh my god.
Also, Rex, I I know I'm late for my appointment with you. I'll be there soon. My bad. Um, so he says, okay, listen, I can see my words have missed their mark just a little bit, but I'm here now. Hi, I'm your dad. he says, extending a hand to shake.
She's going to grin at him, reach out, grab his hand, and then try to stab him in the arm. Hold his arm still while she stabs him.
Okay, look, this is just getting downright unfriendly, he says, letting you stab his arm. Blood oozes from the wound.
Oh, well, that was less cathartic than I had hoped. Not even a little scream. You can't even pity me. I'm dealing with all this. Couldn't even pity me.
I've been stabbed a lot, darling.
Yeah, so have I. Although you'd know that, right? You've been around. You've been watching my life be awful, watching me hurt, maim, kill the people around me. Not through my own actions, just through virtue of being your daughter. And you are now, only now, after all this time, coming forward to tell me this.
Circumstances are less ideal than I had hoped. But I come with good news.
It better be really fucking good news, Roger. Really fucking good.
So, what you are coming up against at this point in your life is... Holy shit, someone subscribed. I missed the notification, I'm so sorry. I didn't get a notification, it doesn't say who. Ah. Sorry, gamers. It's not totally out of your control. I mean, well, when it happens kind of is, but all you need to know is that the punishment for abusing my powers and in the ethereal world, making a mockery of the concept of chance, that is what you are dealing with. You currently are, in a gambler's terms, you're pushing your luck just a little too much. That is why the power surges in the way that it does. At least that's how it manifests when I am affected by these surges.
Again, the question becomes, why are you only just telling me this? If apparently you've known about this my whole life and been watching, where have you been?
I have been patiently watching from the outskirts, as a good and non-invasive god does.
And what about a good father?
Listen, I'm aware I'm not going to be winning any Father of the Year awards, but...
Oh, no. Big understatement there, buddy.
I see. My apologies. I thought I would come here to help.
Well, if you have any help to give, it is more than overdue.
Well,
But don't think that just because you come with a gift in hand, that somehow every fucked up part of this situation is resolved by that.
out of character, how old is Beatrix?
Mid-20s. 20, I think I just put her as 20, 26.
Okay. Um, I get it. I do. Okay. But we're gonna get this under control. And then I will prove to you that I will prove to you that I want better for you. I understand it may take some time to forgive me for not doing all this sooner. I can handle that. I just want you to be okay. Also, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. He keeps going. He says that 26 times.
As he starts in, at first she just looks like, are you fucking kidding me? And then as he keeps going, she's like, okay, damn. And when he's done, she's just looking at him kind of shocked, like, well, you know that doesn't make up for anything, right?
I know, but I just wanted to say it for myself because I've missed you.
She looks a little off guard, like caught off guard at that, and she's like, oh, well, thank you. She'll finally pull the dagger out of him as well.
I'm sorry. There's something about the absurdity of. Sorry. That got me. God, I need to get Whiskers to animate that one. That was awesome. Oh, somebody clip that, please, if you don't mind. So I think this is a good spot to leave off on. We'll probably return. Well, we'll definitely return to Gabriel, Manuelo, and Damien, whatever you guys were doing during all this time.
Aliens currently, as I'm saying,
I'm
like
sorry.
walking outside the grounds.
I'm sorry that this session became jarringly, like rather suddenly and very jarringly focused on Beatrix. I promise I'll make up for it next session. By the way, next session is going to be after FWA, so not next Sunday, but the Sunday after.
Oh, and I
Okay.
clipped it, by the way.
Thank you.
Also,
Sorry,
baby,
go ahead.
real quick, I wanted to say, actually, doesn't someone have something they're doing the Sunday after FWA?
Oh, that's right. Is it Cosmo?
Oh.
Or
No, it's me.
oh, what you doing? If you don't mind, never mind. Don't answer that. It might be military things.
Family emergency.
Even more sensitive. I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us, and I hope you all have a nice afternoon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.